Not
Just
testing, not testing.
doing
not
it live
one,
in
not two,
production.
not three.
Yes.
I pushed the button. I think I need to turn you guys down a little bit. Trouble will tell me if the volume needs to be.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
Here is my test audio. Oh, we're not testing. Sorry. Not testing.
Yeah, we can't test. That's right. We already established
No
before we went live
testing.
we can't test.
Hey,
And
what's
also
this
no
button?
opinions. Never
What's
any
this-
opinions.
No testing, no opinions. Don't have opinions on stuff.
This is quickly
Yeah.
turning into Seinfeld rules.
Known non-opinion haver Brick Road.
That's
be
a very
skinny.
different tone for like Flumph 8.
I already know what Flumph 8's going to be, I think.
Excited.
I know it's
Hear
not
about
going
that in like a
He's
year and a
already
half?
he's already so over this campaign. He doesn't
Yeah, I'm
even
done
want to
with it.
He wants
Yeah,
to go
we're
to the
done.
next one.
I spent 8 hours putting this logo together, and I'm like tapped out.
Yeah, that was fun, you guys. See you for the next
Yep.
one.
See you next campaign.
Give me 1 second. Let me speak a little bit so I can hear my own voice.
And have an existential crisis mode.
All right, Chris, say something.
Something, something, testing, 1, 2, something, something, testing, 2, 4.
That was very musician.
I enjoyed it. It had a good bounce to it. All
Everybody
right.
sounds fine to me.
Excellent.
I have
Cool.
my volume set to 70%, and everybody is audible in my ear, so I
Stream
don't have to
is-
like blast it up to 100 on all cylinders to hear everybody.
I have bleeded it out that we're doing session 0 today. So session 0 is just for setting up the campaign and doing character creation. We're not actually doing any playing today. That's a rule I made for myself like a decade ago. Was never play a tabletop game the same day you do character creation.
And we did that for households. So what's
That wasn't a real game. Okay, I need notes and stuff. I got books. I don't need dice. I don't need to roll anything today. Y'all need to roll stuff.
Has everybody been practicing?
Ooh, is this Traveler? Can I die during character creation?
I don't think so. Yeah, so let's talk about setting here. The campaign's title is Saved by the Flumph, and it's about a bunch of weirdo kids going to magical high school. Oh, I need immigrant.com. That's what I need.
Immigrant?
My immigrant.com is all World of Horror screenshots. That's probably not good.
You're gonna have to go digging for the stuff instead of playing World of Horror. Yeah.
How is that now? Like, that's been finished, hasn't it?
You know,
Yeah.
Because I kept wanting to
You
play
were-
it, but like it was in early access, so I was like, "Oh, I'll come back when it's complete."
It's 1.0. It's excellent.
Okay.
Which game?
World of Horror.
we just
Okay.
talked about it for like an hour.
Yeah.
He wasn't in here for that.
I was.
You guys wasn't here for that.
This is what you miss.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought Chris was
I
here
would much
for it,
rather have
too.
a conversation about sleep.
You can't.
Buying time.
My dude, you are living in the wrong time zone if you want to sleep before D&D.
Yeah, I know. I really. It's the one thing that I hate about the West Coast is D&D is too.
Man,
Is there-
get yourself a
is there an
job where you
image
have to wake your
because-
ass up at 3:30 in the morning to.
Well, I used to,
Yeah.
and I gave that job up, and now I teach only nights.
No,
I
it
just
makes sense. I
upload my map.
completely understand.
Oh, okay. I only see a white square, so
Yeah, I didn't
I didn't
upload
know
my
if
map.
that
I'm
was-
going to upload that now.
Okay.
I'm going to go to immigrant.com and grab it.
Because Tabletop Simulator being what it is, I might have to disconnect and reconnect to see what everyone else is seeing. So
I have the first map, but not the second map. Open image in new tab. Open image in new
Topography
tab.
map, political map.
You guys have seen this map before. This is
Climate
nothing,
map.
This is nothing new.
Articulating splines.
weather map.
All right.
Hey, there we go.
Welcome back to the Holy Republic
right.
of Fernisco. Now, about 60 years ago, maybe a little over 60 years ago, the Holy Republic of Fernisco was called that because the Ferniscan Church, or the Etherine Church, it was based out of here, based out of the massive cathedral in the capital of Brennanine. But 60 years ago, the former Holy Republic, the birthplace of the Etherine Church, a nation off to like the south and east called Endoline. And, you know, the Fire Nation attacked. Actually, they were like the Water Nation. You guys were there, as I recall. They started raining meteors down on Brennany, it was a whole thing.
Yeah, that's a whole like war crimes thing. It was really great.
So Brennanine was the source of all of the Republic's government. The Republic itself is made up of many different provinces, as you can see all around the map here. So when the central government of Brennanine was destroyed, all of the provinces basically closed themselves off in self-preservation. If this sounds like the beginning of every Suikoden game you've ever played, that's very much by design. That's where the map came from, is old design notes I wrote many years ago of like a Suikoden ripoff game. And then they released Eiyuden Chronicles, and I had no need to keep them up anymore. You guys didn't get to participate in the ensuing war, where some heroes went around and kind of reestablished contact with all the various provinces, and then eventually defeated the Endoline and kicked them back out of the Republic. Because the players in that campaign got sucked off into Ravenloft, and they had their...
Well, we did kind of help in kind of a distant way.
So,
and I think Brickroad's going to get to that.
At the very end of the Ravenloft campaign, you guys befriended a man named Duke Darkwood, who found a door back home, and he went through it, and you guys, the players in that campaign, you guys did him a service, and in exchange, he said he would go and assist in winning the war. He arrived back on this map probably a couple of years before any of the players would have escaped Ravenloft, and he helped win the war. This also sounds like a Suikoden game, right? You get to the end of Suikoden, and you recruit that one guy who's like 18 times more powerful than anybody else, and also isn't like super invested in the storyline. Like he's just there as the curb stomp.
Yeah,
people.
George. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so the party missed Suikoden 1 and 2.
So Darkwood assisted the Republic in winning the war, established the heroes of the war established a new government. So the new seat of government uniting the Republic is here at Old Throne. So you could imagine if this were a Suikoden game, like the meteors come down on Brennanine, all the heroes escape and scatter, they go on a bunch of adventures, they all wind up in Old Throne. Hey, there's like an old dilapidated castle here surrounded by water in a defensible position. That's what happened.
Yeah.
The other thing that happened is there was a massive schism in the Etherine Church. The Etherine Church had a whole bunch of rules and regulations about how you're supposed to live your life. Very similar to Catholicism in some ways, very different from Catholicism in other ways. But the main similarities is there is one God. He's the one who kind of like created the world and brought everything together and put all the people in it. And there's a whole mythology I wrote. It's like 50 pages. I think Destel actually read it.
No, Saul read it. I skimmed it.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
But yeah, there was a massive schism in the church. So you still have like traditionalists and true believers in the Etherine Church. And then you have like a newly formed like Reformation church that is installed in Old Throne. And that schism is still ongoing to this day, even 60 years on. Darkwood didn't have anything to do with government. He didn't have anything to do with the church. It's not what interested him. What he did is he found a weird site here in the hills of Urvalia, in kind of the center of the map, east of the Urvalian seat of West Keep. So Urvalia is this valley province here, and right at the entrance of the valley, the most defensible position is West Keep, which I think of as kind of like a Helm's Deep kind of situation.
Yeah.
So there are no easy roads in or out of Urvalia except going through West Keep. And somewhere here in these hills, Darkwood found a pocket of untapped magic that the church had kept under wraps for centuries. And he's like, well, there's a well of untapped magic here. I'm going to tap it. And when he did, the world split open. And there on that site, after the war, he put considerable resources into founding the school of Strixhaven. And that's where you guys are going to go to high school this campaign.
I'm trying real hard not to make a tap that
And
joke.
nothing bad will happen.
I wanted to as well.
So I wrote this down. So the world split open, and then high school.
Yeah. So in this
I feel like
campaign,
I'm missing.
he's not known as Duke Darkwood. He's known as Dean Darkwood. There are 5 founding members of Strixhaven. If you've read the Strixhaven book, the source book they put out, I have made several changes to the lore. In the source book, it talks about how the school was founded by like 5 ancient dragons, like many centuries ago. Scrap all of that. It was found by 5 heroes of the war. And it was only 60 years ago, so we're only a couple generations on. So I like this mission statement they give you. I think it's right at the beginning of the published book. The mission of Strixhaven University is to discover and preserve magical knowledge, to disseminate that knowledge from one generation to the next, to promote free and open study of magic in all its forms, and to enhance the lives of people throughout the world through use of magic. This is actually very close to one of the tenets of the Etherine Church, where it was considered a grievous sin to like keep secret knowledge. Like if you knew something about the world or about magic, you were supposed to share it. And if you didn't, then that's when Vestal's old character would have to go out and witch hunt you.
Yep.
Yeah, like burn you, like literally.
Yep.
So the major difference between the setting as you guys rolled into it at the beginning of Flumph 5 and now is that there's this massive schism in the church, and there's also this coincides with kind of a fall of nobility as a backbone of society. Noble houses still have a lot of power, but they've been dissolved as a central body of government. And now the noble houses, if you kind of think of like the fall of the aristocracy throughout Europe as the monarchies began to fall one by one, that's kind of what's happening here. Noble houses that actually do work, actually like create wealth, they're going to be fine. But a lot of these noble houses are not going to be able to scrape by, as like in the cities that are becoming larger, there's a burgeoning middle class coming forth. We're like right on the cusp of like probably a huge industrial revolution in the next 50 or 60 years. So there's a lot of noble houses that have like an old and prestigious name, but not much else going for them right now. So the first thing I want to establish about Strixhaven is it's not a magic school. I've lied to you. It's not a magic school. Strixhaven is a school that uses magic as a means to education, if that makes sense. You can study anything at Strixhaven. You can study religion, you can study history, you can study any of the physical sciences. You can also study magic. You could might even be a boat. So there is space at Strixhaven for any possible D&D character you can think of. This is not going to be just a magic using campaign. Every martial character can fit into every spot in this school just fine. You're not going to be ostracized or left out of stuff if you don't have a magic using character. And your character doesn't necessarily have to study magic if they don't want to. But because you're going to Strixhaven, magic will be a big part of your life, even if you're not a spellcaster. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
You may recall from Flumph 3, there are 5 sources of magic in the world. And this is going to be important as part of character creation. Your spellcasting ability score is not determined by your class in this campaign. It's going to be determined by your source of magic. So blood magic, fey magic, shadow magic, divine magic, and world magic are the 5 kinds. This has no bearing on what kind of spells you can use or what they do. It has no bearing on what classes you're allowed to pick. It's completely decoupled from all of that. All that's going to do is determine what ability score you use as your spellcasting stat. And it might determine whether or not you get advantage or disadvantage on certain like saving throws in the campaign. And we can go over all the 5 sources of magic when we get to that point. So you're going to be rolling up characters today. You're also going to be designing some NPC characters that are going to be important. You're going to come up with a class schedule for your character. The campaign is going to take place over the course of 4 academic years. And I'm going to split that up. Instead of like keeping time on a calendar, I'm going to split it up by experience level. When you guys reach experience level 3, you will graduate your first year. And when we pick up your first adventure in experience level 4 will be like the start of year 2, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
There is no actual sense of like general education that's standardized across the Republic. So it is not a case where like everybody is going to be the same age. There are students of all ages at Strixhaven in all 4 years. And then there are like postgraduate programs you can study in. There are people that will be at Strixhaven their entire life. There are first year students that don't come in until their 40s or 50s. The intent for this campaign is that you guys are all going to be like teenagers. That brings us to the first major decision point you have to make, which is your bond. This party of 5 people is either going to be bonded by something outside of the school. For example, you could all be part of the same noble house or the same tradesman's guild. In other words, all 5 of you know each other, grew up together, have a common goal outside of school. Or you could be bonded inside of the school. So maybe you don't necessarily know each other before arriving for your first day, but you will all be placed into the same college. Strixhaven is comprised of 5 different colleges that have like different approaches to learning magic. So that's the first decision point. What's your bond going to be? External or internal?
Internal. I think you posed this question to us months ago, and I think we all agreed that it was going to be something internal to Strixhaven,
okay,
rather than external.
It's going to be something fabulous.
All
Are
right.
we pitching that idea now?
I guess.
Well, the next thing is going to be you're going to pick which of the 5 colleges you all want to be part of. So what's going to happen is you're going to arrive at school on day 1, and the Sorting Hat's going to put you into the college, and then you're all going to go to the dorms, and that's when you're going to meet each other, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the idea that we all came up with fits there.
Well, what idea did you all come up with?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Chris, this is your show.
Drama Club.
Drama Club?
Drama Club.
Drama Club.
Okay, put a pin in that.
Okay.
Part of what you're going to be doing is putting together a class schedule, which is going to involve picking extracurricular activities.
Nice.
Okay, good. We have that
Yeah.
figured out.
All right. Let me get up the information on the.
I mean, the obvious one is Silver Quill, not just for silvery bars, because flavor-wise, by default, that does fit that the best. I'll just throw that out there,
I need the
knowing the
links.
setting somewhat, because I play a lot of Magic.
So let's go over the 5 colleges real quick. I haven't changed any of the colleges. I have changed the name of one of them. So the first college is the College of Archaeomancy. It explores past and preserves its lessons for future generations. This means unearthing magical secrets long strangled by the church and by ancient families. So this is kind of doing the same work that like the Veritas family was famous for at the beginning of Flumph 5. Relic seekers, ruins hunters. This is the kind of work that you guys signed up for at the beginning of that campaign. And I don't know what the college is called in the book because I have renamed it to Darkwood. Darkwood took it for himself. Each of the 5 colleges has conflicting philosophy within it about how to approach magic. And Darkwood's is order versus chaos. Is magic like a series of rules that seeks order, or is it just chaos that needs maintenance? The second college is the College of Elemental Arts. This is Prismari. They use the elements to practice the arts. And when I mean art, I mean literal art. They make sculptures, they do painting, they do interpretive dance. They're the drama club. And their kind of philosophy is perfection versus expression. Can art seek perfection in an objective sense, or is it about the emotional expression of a piece of transient art or a performance? The third college is Quandrix, which is the College of Numeromancy. It focuses on the mathematics of nature. So I guess like you would put wild magic in here. And their philosophy is substance versus theory. I have in my notes here that the founder of the College of Quandrix, whose name was Zexel Quandrix, was a master artificer and math magician, and one of his students was a young woman named Eugenia Veritas. The current dean of House Quandrix claims that he still has his grandfather's brain alive in a jar.
Oh,
I like
As you do.
concerning.
I like to think Jeannie had something to do with that.
I mean,
It's a
That
clone
sounds
brain.
like that's on brand. Let's be honest. That's just on brand.
The fourth college is the College of Silverquill, the College of Eloquence. This teaches magic using rhetoric, poetry, oration, and writing. And Silverquill in this setting includes a lot of holdovers from the church. So if you're attending Strixhaven and you are a religious, if you're a good Etherine, very, very likely you're studying at the College of Silverquill. And their philosophy on magic is Seelie versus Unseelie. And then the final college is the College of Witherbloom, which is the College of Essence Studies, which harnesses the forces of life and death. So lots of druids and rangers and hippies and stuff. And their philosophy is growth versus decay. And those are your 5 college options. So you guys are going to show up at school and you're all going to be sorted into which of these 5 colleges will be the first decision.
so Darkwood came and if I remember correctly, Lorehold's the one that's missing. So Darkwood came and punched the founder of Lorehold in the face and took his college. Gotcha.
And Darkwood was the founder of Lorehold, essentially.
Yeah.
He didn't have to take anything from anybody.
I get that, but I'm talking about like metaphysically.
And I haven't changed like the philosophy or the goals of the College of Lorehold at all.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they very much fit Darkwood's whole agenda.
Yeah, that all fits.
Darkwood wouldn't name it Lorehold. He would name it Darkwood.
Correct.
Because
Yeah.
So there were 5 founders, one of which was Darkwood. There were 4 others. There are currently 4 sitting deans in the school because Darkwood eventually left. He did what he founded this college. He worked for several years. He eventually left. Like he was gone by the time the rest of the Veritas crew actually got back. And the last thing he was heard to say before he left was, "I'd like to see any of you take my chair." So Dean Darkwood's chair has sat empty on like the Council of Deans at Strixhaven ever since.
What a slacker.
You can say a lot of things about Darkwood. I don't think you can call him a slacker. So which house do we like?
If you guys want to go with Drama Club, either Prismari or Silverquill makes sense. I might be inclined to go Prismari because we kind of did the church already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, they're pretty
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm
thinking.
okay with Prismari too. Yeah.
Before
I
we
know this kinda
finalize
work-
this
Yeah.
decision, I just want to make clear that your selection of college will not in any way determine your class, your race, your extracurriculars.
Makes sense.
I can
So-
make that work.
The way the book works is you're not even supposed to pick a college until year 2. We're just going to do it a year early. But most students do study at more than one college. You'll have like your main college, which is where your dorm will be. But most students will study in other colleges, and there's a lot of synthesis of theory. There's a lot of debate and a lot of theory involved. So if we like Prismari,
Yeah, seems to be the best fit.
Prismari.
yeah, you got it. So the founder of Prismari is an old monk named Ninepath Prismari. He was known for being a heretic from the church, and apparently he has unlocked magical secrets of immortality because he's been alive for hundreds of years. Nobody knows how he does this. I picture him as being like a Pai Mei kind of guy, like just come down out of the mountains with a long white beard. And Nine Path Prismari is the Dean of Perfection to this day. 60 years later, he is the only sitting Dean who was there on Founders Day. He was also one of the heroes of the war. All right, so we're all going to go with Prismari. The next thing you guys need to do is roll your stats.
I'm scared.
God.
So make sure you're
So-
writing on the table in your color. You're going to roll 3d6. You're going to roll 7 times, and you're going to write 7 numbers on this table somewhere. Do you guys want a
This
clean
is
table,
different.
or are you happy just to write on the map?
I'm fine with this table.
Fine.
All right.
I'm just gonna put mine in this blue box here. Oh, I need this.
Can I use the household dice? I might roll better.
Yeah, I got
2
three of a
hearts and a
kind.
goblet.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need to roll 3d6. You need to
3d6.
generate 7 numbers.
All right, here we go. Ooh, that's a good start. I like that a lot.
Write them down.
Here comes a bunch of 8s. You can.
All of the 8s.
You just need like 1 or 2 good rolls in a stat array.
Well, I have a
please.
15 and a 14. That's a great start.
Treble's doing good work down here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh.
last time we used my stat array, I have a lot to live up to here. I gotta keep that going.
I mean, your stat array wasn't the best. It's just it was the best we
Wow.
had.
I have 2 15s and a 14.
That's not
Pretty
bad
good.
at all.
Yeah.
I'll put this in the notepad once I've gotten them all rolled.
My luck's gonna run out at some point. Yep, there it is. Oh, that's an 8.
That's still an 8. Like, it's not a 3.
It's not bad. Yeah, no,
It's
I
not
thought
bad
it
at
was.
all.
I thought it was gonna be like a 5, but that 4 saved me.
I have the worst of these by far. Well, this
I
isn't.
don't know about that.
I said 7
Jesus
times.
Christ. Well, we're gonna
7
use
times.
mine.
You need
Well,
7
McDole-
Oh, I
rolls.
do.
McDole, did you just roll that?
Yeah,
I'm so happy.
Did you get an 18?
Hope you're
I
writing this
did.
down.
Okay, so I have 5 numbers here.
And yes, the reason I haven't updated the map since Flumph 5 is because I don't have a PSD of it, and I don't have a good way to just... I don't have it all broken into layers. Why do you ask?
you said 7 scores.
I need 7 scores. 3d6, 7
Wow, I
times.
think
Jesus.
that's really good. That's better than
Oh.
the standard array. Uh-oh, I see 2 1s.
Look at this bullshit I rolled.
Look at my bullshit.
Woof. Look at this
Yeah,
array.
look at
Oh my
this.
god, this is going to be a rough campaign for me. My monsters are quaking in their boots over here.
Well, everyone else passed their assignment. I did not. I guess I got that 15.
We have 7. Right?
failed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Oh my god.
Chris, you need one more
Well-
number. I don't think anybody's going to use your array, but you do need one more. You've only got 6.
What were your numbers? Oh, you're typing.
I'm putting them
Yeah.
in now. So please
I
bear
almost
with
had a
me.
3.
I'd like this array more with a 3. Would have some character. I was just kind of mediocrely bad.
I fell off a bit, but
Oh, that's so good, though.
All
Wow, I
right.
thought
did-
mine was good.
Now, you might be thinking you generated 7 stats because you're going to throw one of them away. Nope, there are no
No.
dump stats in my campaigns. You're-
There's a 7th stat.
So you pick an array that you like, and I'm going to share the character sheet here. Now I'm going to share this sheet. You're not going to be able to edit it or anything.
I'm gonna create.
But
a
you can make a
of it, though,
copy,
and then I'll be able.
and
to
then you
edit
can
it.
edit it all you want.
Yeah,
So I'm going
nerd.
to copy this link. I'm going to go to the Flumph party chat here. I'm going to paste it in. There's the Flumph 7 character sheet. So go ahead and make your copy. You have 7 ability scores: strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. You all are familiar with. The 7th score is your popularity score.
Oh
no.
You're going to high school.
Oh, I hate it.
How popular? Now, before you assign your scores, I will say popularity saving throws are going to be a thing.
I hate it.
Popularity
hate
is
it.
never going to be your spellcasting ability score. And no
Not with that
class
attitude.
starts proficient in popularity saves. However, you can always take the resilient feat and make yourself proficient in popularity saves.
All right, let me go look at some of these other numbers here. Wow, treble. That's
Treble
like
might have the I don't know.
Does
man.
someone want to put these in a text?
Yeah, I got
extremely
it.
I'm
flat.
working on it. But
There you
Raz
go.
wrote his in tiny blue, impossible to read numbers.
As far as
yeah,
let me
there you go.
get
There's
my
the arrays.
cheat sheet
It's in
here.
Discord. I even sorted them.
Character classes, no restrictions at all. Nothing is going to restrict your character class. And no matter what your class is, you will find some value to the College of Prismari. As far as races, remember this is a humans-only setting. So your race I'm limiting to human and halfling. Animal races are on the table. If it's like half person, half animal, the reason for that is in the past 60 years or so, on the fringes of society, the church used to have a law against mating with non-human creatures and entities that not everybody followed. And a few generations have passed since then. And also there's been a lot of weird, mad science in the world. So if you want to play an animal race like a Tabashi, a Ratfolk, Loxodon, Owlin, whatever, at the School of Strixhaven, you'll be fine. If you go adventuring off campus, you're signing up for social and religious consequences, depending on where your adventure takes place. Not everybody's going to be super happy to see like a cat guy walking down the street. These people are considered unseelie by the church. And there is still a lot of support for the old traditionalist church. And support in the Reformation church is also not so hot. Strixhaven is the school, the campuses, are like a haven for these kinds of people, because there's a lot of noble houses out there that have been hiding unseelie blood in their bloodline for years, that now there's a place for them to actually exist and procreate. And in another, 100 or 200 years, you might have like a Forgotten Realms spread of races on your hand in the Holy Republic.
Except elves, because you don't like elves.
Correct. We are going to run all the race stuff out of the book. So if you pick human, you have your option between your like level 1 feat or increasing all your stats. Same thing with halfling. Whatever grants halflings in the book, you get to pick. The animal people, the animal folk, the furries, let's just call them what they are. You have options because they've all been published in books with their own like bespoke rules, or you have the option to like play them out of Tasha's or Monsters of the Multiverse, where you kind of like create your own race piecemeal. Either way is fine. Just tell me what you're doing so we can keep it all consistent. But predominantly, this is a human world, and I will say now that I don't have any non-human NPCs created yet for the game.
Are we doing what we did last time, where because some of the backgrounds include feats?
So let's talk about feats real quick. They go in your socks.
They go in your socks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys know what's up. Where did I write my notes for this? Oh no, what have I done?
The trouble,
here it is, okay.
the trouble sequence break.
Feats from the player's handbook are on the table. Feats from Tasha's are on the table. Racial feats from Xanathars are also on the table for all human and halfling characters. What this models is like, you're not entirely like a furry person, but there's some unseelie blood in your ancestry, right? Like your family has something that accounts for like this kind of supernatural feat, because all the feats in Xanathars have prerequisites to be a particular race. You can pick one of those, but if people look really, really closely at you, they might notice there's something a little off, and you'll just put down like, oh, like my character has like thin scales behind his ears, or like has pointy ears, or like all his farts smell like macaroni, like whatever. You can be creative with it.
What were the 2 books that have the character race information aside from Tasha's, and what else?
If you find a character race published in any D&D book that's like an animal person, it's on the table.
Right.
Tasha's and Monsters of the Multiverse have special rules for modeling non-human races.
Okay.
Loxodon are in what is that other thing called? Ravnica, right? Yeah, Ravnica.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what's banned. There are 4 things banned in this campaign.
All right.
up from 2 from the previous campaign.
Wow.
No lucky feat. We don't need lucky because we've got blips for that. No detect magic spell. No, we don't need that because we just use Arcana as a skill to detect magic. A successful Arcana roll in this campaign will be able to tell the source of magic in addition to magic school if it's a spell. In addition, the guidance cantrip is banned. No guidance cantrip.
What?
I waited a second to see if Dessel just disconnected right there.
Yeah.
The reason for that is we have a new system where you can get D4s on skill checks. And finally, this is a big one. I have this in big caps, all caps letters here. No teleportation of any kind.
That's 4 things.
What?
The only way to get from place to place is to physically cross every intervening square. That means all forms of teleportation magic and all race class features that enable some form of teleportation. If you pick a race or a class that has that stuff, like the Psy Warrior does, we'll replace it with something equivalent. You'll have something else. The reason for that is the people who kept the teleportation magic, who were kind of, because remember, in this setting, all the noble houses were stewards of some form of magic. And a lot of those walls have broken down, but the people who were stewards of teleportation magic are enemies of Fernisco. So you cannot warp, teleport, shadow step. What's the one
Mystic
Genie
Step,
always used to do with the Thunderbolt?
Vortex warp?
Vortex warp? Nope, none of that.
Do teleportation circles still work, or are those offline?
They do, but none of the one in Fernisco are functional anymore.
Operable. Okay, yep, that makes sense.
So this is a
Wow.
major issue in magical politics between Fernisco and the other country is called Valus. Valus has just basically said no more teleportation for any of you bastards. And
Wow, is Burko that mad about teleporting around the
Right?
battlefield?
no, it just makes sense for the setting. I'm not.
Yeah, that's cute. I like it.
I have no issue with teleporting around the battlefield.
My only complaint with this is you said there was 3 things were banned and you added a 4th.
Oh, I
No, he
corrected
said
myself.
4
things.
I corrected myself.
said
There's
4.
4. Lucky, detect magic, guidance, and teleportation.
Okay, well now I have to go and reevaluate my life choices.
Evil
Same,
alignments
right?
are not banned, but if you choose an evil alignment, understand that you'll probably receive severe pushback. And expulsion from school ends your character's participation in the campaign, and Raise Dead does not work on expelled characters. So play an evil character at your own. We just came out of a pirate campaign. You guys had all the opportunity in the world to play as evil as you wanted to be, and you did.
Some of us did.
Backgrounds are. I can't think of any published background that I wouldn't be happy to use. And you guys have decided your bond is to the College of Prismari, so all 5 of you are going to have your own background anyway. So we've done
Okay.
ability scores here. So your popularity stat, that's used for navigating social complexities and administrative cruft of life at school. It's not a spellcasting stat and never can be. You can use the resilient feat to select it and become proficient in popularity saving throws, which might be a thing that's going to be called for. All right. So I guess does anybody have an animal race that you want to discuss?
An idea, but I'm not sold on it yet.
Okay.
If you look in the Ravnica book, there's a Simic. What do they call them?
Oh, the Simic hybrids.
Hybrid, which is kind of like not quite an animal race, but it feels like it might fit.
Because of the mad science. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also thinking like the Beastmen, I forget what they're called from Eberron, might also.
The shifters.
Shifters, yeah. I was thinking about asking about playing a shifter. I forgot about that until just now.
I think I decided against allowing shifters though.
Mm.
Let me look up the Simic hybrid here because I can't bring it to mind, but I do have the Ravnica book.
That's a shame.
The Simic hybrid uses magic to fuse different life forms together.
Oh, there we go. Okay. That's what's going on.
What? Yeah, this looks fine to me.
Yeah, I mean that just sounds like it fits. I'm not saying I will play it, but I was thinking that one that felt like it was something I might want to play, and that feels like it fits the setting really well.
Yeah. This definitely
Okay.
leans hard into the mad science aspect
Yeah,
of
yeah.
things.
So no shifters. Let me mark that off.
Let me double check shifter. Let me make sure. That would be
Okay. That's
making
cool.
multiple trips back into the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
They don't act. Do they actually shapeshift?
No,
No.
All right.
No.
they just have.
They have, like,
they're based.
Animal.
They're basically like werewolf tieflings.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, it actually is.
Sorry, I'm playing with the character sheet. Do I just overtype on the ability score array my +1 to everything for human?
If you.
Or
Yes.
is there like a thing that I type somewhere that I'm
No,
human and it'll
just
I
add
don't
your,
want break
add your
it.
+1 yourself if you're taking. So you're
And that's
taking +1 across the board. You're not taking a feat.
I haven't decided yet because my scores are actually really high.
Right. So there's.
And then if I were to do 1 across the board, that includes popularity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's 4 kinds of, like, 4 subraces of shifter. Bears, dogs, cats. And what's this last one? From any creature that tracks its prey. This would be okay.
I need a list of feats.
So if you're going to go with, like, this hybrid or this shifter thing, though, what I would need, I have at the top of your character sheet, I've condensed, like, hair, eye, skin, height, weight. I just have, like, an appearance block. Anything that makes you appear non-human should go in that block at the very least.
What array is everyone going with?
I'm still taking in all the character stuff.
Yeah. I haven't- that 18 is tempting, but now with the 6 on there,
I think I used mine.
I probably use troubles.
The other decisions you're going to make, you're going to pick your source of magic out of those 5 sources. You're going to start with a common magic item. You're going to start with a non-damaging cantrip that is divorced from your class. And then you're going to have some NPC characters who are going to be involved in your schooling that we're going to get to towards the end.
Oh, I could not type all that quickly.
Non-damaging cantrip and a common magic item.
Yeah, like the common magic items out of Xanathar's or something similarly appropriate. And I have a list of legal cantrips that either don't deal damage or don't call for a saving throw. If you want that list, let me know.
Please.
I will just post that in the chat.
Yeah, you might as well post in the chat.
Yeah, I will do
Yeah.
that. Just pick something that. So Blade Ward, Dancing Lights, Friends, Light, Mage Hand, Mending, Message, Prestidigitation, True Strike, Spare the Dying, Thaumaturgy, Druidcraft, or Shillelagh, which is my favorite because it's fun to say.
Yep.
And this is going to be, think of it this way. Like, you demonstrated some use of this cantrip at some point in your childhood, and then at some point you got a letter saying, hey, the doors of Strixhaven are open to you.
Well, I know what cantrip I'm going to pick. That's good enough. Okay.
All right.
And then I've got so many rules to go over for this campaign. There's so much extra stuff.
Do we
I
need to go
don't
over those
know.
rules before we start thinking about characters?
Probably not. But if you guys are all still thinking, I'll start talking about some of them. Like, for example, you won't level up when you have enough experience to do so. What you'll do instead is when you have enough experience to level up, as a downtime action, you can take your exam. And then you have to
Then we have to
pass your
roll.
exam to level up.
Is that a dice roll?
And no, I'm gonna develop a 5-question quiz.
Oh, it's Final Fantasy VIII time, you guys.
Hell yeah.
Well, it's probably a good thing he's not going to make you roll, Chris. You would be level 1 forever.
I have rules
As
for
long as we use Raz's notes, it's fine.
I have rules for, like, if you want to study before your exam, or if you want to, like, pull an all-nighter before your exam, or if you want to try to cheat on your exam, or if you have a study buddy, or if you're studying alone, like if somebody else is the same class as you. The idea is, though, that each school year you'll level up 3 times. Each of those classes will be you'll take an exam for each one, basically, and that will model the classes you've been taking over the course of the year. And as a downtime action, you can always go back and retake an exam. If you fail an exam at any point, you go into, like, academic probation, which means you have to drop out of your clubs and quit your job until you get your grades back up.
Hell.
That's a rule out of the book. I didn't even have to develop that one. That's just what it says to do.
Okay.
I'm taking my
what are-
array. I'm rocking with that 6. I'm
What are
digging
the
it.
options for the feet backgrounds in the Giants book?
Giants book. Glory of... I don't think I've opened this book in years. Ugh. I remember really, really liking this book when I first got it and read through it.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't used it for anything.
There's a lot of really good like rune crafting bull crap in there.
Ooh, maybe I got to send you guys to rune crafting class.
Oh, you're gonna have to send me. That's gonna be my intended subclass, Rune Knight.
Okay, so this has like different kinds of giant feats.
Right. The what I'm asking, there's a place where it says if your background doesn't include a feat, you get one of these feats, but I don't remember exactly how that works.
It was skilled or the one that gives you
Bonus.
plus 1
Toughness.
HP. Yeah,
Yeah.
skilled or toughness.
That sounds right to me. Let me double check.
That does sound familiar.
Yeah, because I
from
used that last
the
time.
last
to
time
get
we went
bonus.
through that.
Because that's how the only reason Nerium made it to the end of the campaign.
If the DM decides to allow the giant, foundling, and rune cover backgrounds, all characters in the campaign gain access to a bonus feat. If you select one of those backgrounds, you gain the bonus feat specified in the background. If the background you choose doesn't provide a feat, you gain a bonus feat of your choice, either skilled or tough.
Okay.
So if anybody picks one of these giant foundling backgrounds, everybody will get this benefit. If nobody wants one of these giant foundling
I think-
backgrounds, then
I think it says it says the same thing in the Strixhaven book for the Strixhaven whatchamacallits too, because
Oh,
they
you
also
know
The Strixhaven exclusive
Yeah.
feats.
yeah.
I believe you're right. Let's double check. I think if nobody selects a feat that has that line to it, though, I don't think I'm going to give everybody a free feat. I don't have enough socks. But we will.
I've
double
got
check.
socks.
I've got socks.
I just bought some.
I'm not wearing socks and it's cold.
Put on some socks.
I could, but
That's where your feet go.
I'm trying to do my character creation. There's
I
so
don't
many
know.
feats. I
I
don't
don't-
know.
I don't know what I'm tempted to take mine just because of how stupid it is.
Take what?
313s and 315s. That's so
Yeah, yeah, I may take yours too because, like, especially if
That's
play a
it's
pretty
human.
strong.
Yeah, if you play a human, that's a lot of even numbers.
But McDowell got that 18.
McDowell do got that 18 though, and he's taking
Are
it.
we gonna be like the most unpopular kids ever?
I actually was going to ask a question about that. Can popularity change over the course of the campaign?
Yeah, if you increase it.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
Use an ASI.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's an ability score. So anything that
I'm just imagining like you start as the unpopular kid and then you become like super popular through
Okay.
like your deeds or whatever.
if you use
but-
all your ASIs on popularity, you can make that happen.
Oh, that'd be hilarious though. Oh, I'm so tempted, but like I don't know how to get from 8 to 20 in a normal campaign because that feels like
Yeah.
the progression I'm seeking.
Be a fighter.
So I don't
I
know
got
that
that Razu initiative, guys. You ready for that?
Yeah, my initiative's actually positive this campaign. It's
I'm gonna take McDowell's
Hell yeah.
with the option. Can do we have to commit like right now, or can I just decide when I decide what class I want to play?
well, it's all written down, so I mean, just do it
Yeah.
then, right?
I'm,
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
trying
I'm
to figure
gonna,
out what class and background I want first.
I'm gonna
Oh, I
write
hadn't
down.
even thought of a background.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that.
So I don't think the backgrounds
I'm
of
just trying to
Strixhaven
figure out-
give you a feat. I think they give you the ability to take a feat, either Strixhaven Initiate or Strixhaven Mascot.
Yeah.
But the actual backgrounds don't say that you get the feat automatically. Oh yeah, yes it does. You gain. Okay, it sure does. Never mind. If you want one of those backgrounds from the Strixhaven book, yes.
10, 9, 6. Then we got 15.
So let's do this. If you take a background from Strixhaven or from the Giants book that have feats attached, you get no. Just take whatever feat it gives you. If you don't take a background from either of those books, if you take any of the other backgrounds that don't grant you a feat, take either skilled or tough or resilient.
Cool.
I would say would also be.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Resilient gives you +1 in an ability score and proficiency in that score's saving throws. That's what resilient does.
I'll probably take a resilient.
So you can become proficient in popularity saving throws.
What book is Gloomstalker in? Anyone know?
I think
They
that's
kind of-
Tasha.
They kind of broke D&D Beyond for history.
Yeah,
I'm looking at
I've
Tasha's.
I've just realized that I'm not getting anything from this website.
You have to like change it to search the 2014 content.
Misty.
Well, I mean that I only
Wanderer.
got like core book content.
You might need to generate a character in the campaign and then just kind of fiddle with that.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
that's true.
I don't see.
Yeah.
That's
Did
what a
you
ranger.
Yeah, it's a ranger.
I don't see it
Gloomstalker
in
is
Tasha's.
in
If it's not in Tasha's, it must be in Xanathar.
Might be in Xanathar actually. Then that makes a little more sense.
they don't have any page numbers on D&D Beyond.
Yeah,
That's-
Gloomstalker is in Xanathar.
Okay, that's why I wasn't finding it. Thank you.
You know
That's
what?
the one that
Instead of
just
an updated PHB, they could have just published a book that has all of the subclasses in it. Just
That
You
would've
are
been-
not you're not joking. They freaking did it with the races. They
I'm not butthurt about anything in D&D 2024 except they still haven't put Artificer in the PHP.
Yeah, it seems dumb.
Yep.
It's such a cool class. Everybody loves it.
Yeah, I think they published an Unearthed Arcana for Artificer.
I mean, and the main
2024
thing,
rules.
like the main thing is, I want to see it in a. I want them to get a couple of unique spells. Like that's the main thing the class it's missing. And I bet if they put it in a book, they would do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
I agree with you. So
All right, so I. Hold
Oh,
on,
gosh,
I have
I
to
don't
look
know
up
what-
another rule.
Gloomstalker was one of the subclasses I was looking at because of I don't know, because of the it's freaking hilarious that you're just invisible to people with dark vision.
Virtually
Also-
nobody will have biological dark vision in this campaign because it's on almost entirely human world.
Uh-huh. There's gonna be 0 monsters.
A couple of
Yep.
the beastkin will have dark vision, I guess. And I think the Monsters of the Multiverse book gives standard dark vision as one of like just the racial abilities you can mix in.
Mm-hmm. What are the you mentioned before the sources of magic?
Want to go
Is
over
it
that
too
now?
early to do that?
No,
Because that might
do
help
that
somebody.
right now.
dis-
So there are
'cause that might
five.
help.
There are 5 sources of magic. They're the same 5 sources as in Flumph of the Wild, but in this setting, they mean something. They mean very different things because it's a very different culture here. The first is blood magic. This is the innate magic of creatures that are magical creatures. So any kind of creature that has innate spell casting, this would fall under it. Creatures that have psionic abilities counts as blood magic. Things like dragons and whatnot. This is magic as a natural ability, and your spellcasting ability is Constitution. If you pick blood magic, because humans naturally are not magical creatures. If you're born as a human, you're not magic. Sorry, not sorry. Blood magic means you've got unseelie blood in your ancestry somewhere. And obviously, if you're playing a sorcerer, this would be an excellent source to pair with that. But anybody can take it if you want it. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have an unseelie race. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to play a sorcerer. It just means your spellcasting ability is Constitution. The next form of magic is Celioessence. In this world, it was understood as being one form of magic. Unseelie magic. Magic from like the other side. We know it as two sides of kind of the same coin. This would be magic from the Feywild or the Shadowfell. Fey or shadow magic. In this setting, we don't have any knowledge of the Feywild or Shadowfell. We don't know that they're two distinct places. We don't know that the magic that comes from them are very different. We just know that it seeps in from somewhere else, and therefore it's bad, and the church has repressed it for centuries. Both Fey and shadow magic have spellcasting ability as charisma.
To be fair, probably not wrong.
Next is divine magic. This is air's essence. God is air. And this kind of magic is commonly associated with the Etherine Church. Ekon was a master of divine magic. This is magic as miracles. This is where you beseech God to give you the ability to create miracles in the world, and that's how your magic manifests. And your spellcasting ability is wisdom. And then finally there is Contestants. Contestants is world magic. All of the player characters in Flumph of the Wild were granted world magic. This is the magic of the world itself, of the physical planet. If you want to think of this as like Lifestream from Final Fantasy, that's a good way to think of it. Contestants is commonly associated with artifice and formula, and the spellcasting ability is intelligence. So this is retroactively why everybody's spellcasting ability mod in that campaign was intelligence, which was a point of some contention.
So that was 4. Or
It's
was Sealy
5
Essence
because
two
Fey
categories?
and Shadow are two sides of the same thing, and they're both
Got it.
charisma.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
So you
Well,
will
I'm
choose
gonna
either
do this.
Fey or Shadow, and you'll get your magic either from the Feywild or the Shadowfell.
Okay. I still need a common magic item. Oh my god, there's so many things.
Okay, I was focused on some stuff, and that, like, my brain wasn't able to focus on that whole description, so you may have to go over that again.
I can post my notes here.
Yeah, I will just paste the notes in the chat if you want to go over it.
Oh, yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, please.
But again, this is, think of this as not the flavor of your magic. This is the battery that powers your magic. It's not going to give you any abilities. It's not going to. There, I'll just paste all of that in. The only thing mechanically this is going to determine is what your spellcasting ability score is. And like objectively, Constitution is the best because a high Constitution also means you have a lot of hit points, and it also means that your saving throws for concentration are better.
So, related question.
Yeah.
So, if you're playing, say, a monk,
Mhm.
would your key save be one of these, or would it still just be what it is in the monk? Because it's not technically
Any
same thing.
supernatural ability that your class grants you will come from the same magic source.
Gotcha. So, blood can be the power of key. Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay,
So, like,
that's what I
your,
wanted.
Your key saving throw would then key off of your Constitution instead of, I think it's Wisdom by default.
Mm-hmm.
And there might be times in the campaign where the source of your magic will determine how certain magic affects you. Like somebody casts a fireball, and if you have shadow magic and the fireball is shadow magic, maybe I'll give you that saving throw at advantage or something.
Is the variant feat human, is that +1 each to 2 scores? Does anyone remember off the top of their
Yes.
head? Okay.
Yes, I'm looking at that right
Oh,
now.
okay,
So
yeah.
yes.
+1 to 2, and then you get a feat.
So I could be a human but have blood magic, like because some messed up bullshit happened in my background, right?
Yeah, just like any sorcerer.
Okay. That's kind of, I mean, that kind of fits with the idea I had. All right, let me throw my high level concept out at you, right?
Sure.
Here's what I've come up with. During the fall of Brenanine, we had these meteors that fell down and crushed the city, right?
Right.
So I was thinking that my character's parents or some organization they were involved with, their background was that they were people illegally mining the material remains of those meteors for dark magical shit.
Okay.
Is that appropriate?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then maybe I have some dark magic because maybe I'm not quite all human.
And so, like, your mama was pregnant while she was out there stripping the copper.
Or they
out
like
of-
maybe I was made in a jar. I don't know. Maybe I don't want. I think I'm leaning towards my character doesn't actually know.
Okay.
You're young. You can find it out later.
So
Yeah.
here's my high concept idea: is soldier who is up for officer candidate school, and when they realized, oh, this guy has magical talent, we'll send him to Strixhaven for his
Okay.
JR
like education. The idea is
JR
once he's what?
I was gonna say JROTC.
A little bit, yeah.
I got you.
Where yeah, so instead of like, a regular military academy, it's like, oh no, we're gonna train him in magic.
So all 5 of the colleges have spot for martial classes, like just across the
Yeah.
board. Martial classes are very useful everywhere. Prismari in particular has a lot of monks, because martial arts is an art form.
Mhm.
Like the founder of Prismari is a monk.
What is the history of dragons in this
The
world?
mythological creatures. There's
Never existed or existed, but just nobody's seen them in a very
depends
very
on who
long,
you
long-
ask.
Gotcha.
Have not been seen in historical memory. Put it that way.
Because I'm the 3 things I'm debating on. I have like 3 kind of like high concepts,
Mhm.
and one of them is two of them are the dragon subclasses from the monk dragon the subclass and the ranger dragon subclass. And I wanted to make sure that was fine before I thought more about that. And the other one was just like warlock.
Just Nerium, but a warlock.
No, no. But I'm probably not going to do warlock just because charisma. But
Nerium would get expelled from Strixhaven.
no, she wouldn't. She'd talk her way out of it. She'd get other people expelled from Strixhaven, and then get murdered in her sleep for revenge.
Yeah.
Oh, Nerium.
She would be the mean girl.
I have not given any thought to a concept because Brick expressly said do not do that.
Well, now's the time.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
thinking.
you now have permission. In
Yeah.
fact, do it quickly. You have 4 hours. I am struggling with backgrounds here. There are too many options, and I don't like any of them.
And they're not
I
like
think I'm just
central
gonna
ones.
take- So what is the exact situation of nobles in society now?
So think about House Veritas. House Veritas was a very powerful noble family. In fact, they were the grand house of South Warren, which meant at the time before the war, their house was in governance of the province, and then they selected someone from their house to send to Brennanine to serve as speaker in Brennanine, to represent South Warren in Brennanine, but really to represent their house in Brennanine. That was Nigel Veritas in Flumph 5. That's why you all were sent to Brennanine. However, after the war, there's been like some advances in technology. There's been some reformation in how various like serfdoms and fiefdoms were dealt with. And now noble houses that want to maintain that level of power really need to hustle. They really need to make sure that they're somehow generating wealth or creating value for the church or the government or someone, or else they're going to fade away. So you have at 60 years on, you have a lot of noble houses that have this prestigious name, but don't have any wealth or power to back it up. You no longer have a place in like high society in the Republic just because your family owns land. You have to do something with it. Otherwise, some commoner down the road is going to usurp you.
Okay, 'cause I'm thinking about picking the noble background.
Okay.
And then doing the resilience feat.
One little bit of setting material that is gaining more prominence in recent years is this idea of a sojourn name. A sojourn name, that's somebody who has some kind of prominence or reputation and is known to be a member of a noble house, but has been expelled or disowned or has never been officially recognized by the house. In other words, it's someone who has ties to nobility and wants people to know it. Because if you're not noble, typically you wouldn't have a surname of any kind. So like if you were, like if Nigel didn't have any bastard children, but if he did and didn't acknowledge them, but still kept them in his household, they would take Sojourn name for themselves. Instead of taking the Veritas name, they would come up with their own name to use. There was discussion of whether Victor was a bastard, wasn't there? Nobody knows if both of his parents were noble. Am I
Yeah, but
misremembering?
Victor's beyond caring at this point.
But Victor didn't take a Sojourn name. He was recognized by the house as a member of House Veritas. So
Yeah.
like that's an option if you're going to be a member of the nobility, but your house has like fallen out of favor. You can take a new name for yourself. And I mean, you guys aren't going to be doing a lot of noble political intrigue anyway. You're going to be too busy doing high school drama intrigue.
We're gonna put on a play.
How do I put toughness on the character sheet?
It's listed as a feat
Oh, I
in the
just broke
manually.
everything.
It's a feat, so it goes in your socks.
No, I mean like up here in the where it says hit dice and everything like that. Like I can't get it to calculate my HP correctly.
That's a excellent question.
Like I can do a custom class, but I don't want to overtype hit dice because it's a lookup table command.
Right.
I could just overtype 2, and then it would calculate it based on level, I suppose. But
I don't know how you would do that.
I think I did it for Jeannie. Let me look at her.
I wish I could save.
You
and
could
then,
just
like, revert.
overwrite it in the data page.
Oh, custom class. Okay. I will just make a custom class
Yeah,
called toughness,
You could just do that.
and then the hit die is 2, and there is no mod.
I can't wait for the first time to call for a popularity saving throw and then hear all of the groans at the table.
Wait, hold on. Super level
Is that better or worse than than rolling for custard damage?
I think I'm gonna name my character Bueller.
Bueller.
All right.
Let me see if this works.
What class is
so I'm
everybody
gonna
thinking
be-
about?
I'm gonna do a human noble, but I have no idea what class I'm gonna be.
Okay. So you've arrived at school, but you haven't picked your major yet.
Yeah, I'm a typical school kid now, I guess.
Oh, it's adding my constitution modifier to it. Oh, I don't want that. No.
Does anybody
I
have
can- I
anything
can
for me to record yet? As far as having made decisions, I've put down that everybody has chosen. So your bond is going to be to the College of Prismari, which means that's gonna kind of set the tone for the storyline of the campaign is going to be involving the College of Prismari quite a lot, and its prominence in the school and in the rest of the world.
If a magic using class has features that explicitly say they use an ability score, do you use your spellcasting ability?
Like what?
Like the sorcerer is a bunch of stuff that says use your charisma score that is not actually spellcasting. For example, let me find an example.
Yeah, give me an example.
Oh, I've already broken the.
My gut's telling me yes, but I want to make sure that that actually makes sense to me.
I'm gonna take the position of privilege as my background feature thingy instead of one of the variants.
What class feature would call for an ability score that's not a spellcasting feature?
Oh, now the game thinks I'm level 2.
You're definitely not level 2.
No, I mean toughness is giving me. I have a level in toughness. I don't know how to fix this. Can I do this? No, because it multiplies everything by 0. Okay, so this doesn't work.
Stupid different versions of books. Hold on.
Can you go to the data page of the character sheet and just change the hit die there?
Mm-hmm.
What if I do D8 plus 2? Will this work? No,
Just
I think
in
you're on the right track here.
in
This is-
HD in the data field under HD type, just change the per level from 4 to 5 or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna
Yeah.
do. So it's just instead of 5,
Or you
it's
can just add a new thing and just make a custom
equals
formula.
5 plus 2. And I just need to make a note here.
I didn't add this companions tab to your character sheet, by the way, but I did add the schedule tab, and we're going to go over everything that means.
Okay, here we go. So, for example, the empowered spell metamagic allows you to reroll a number of dice equal to your charisma modifier.
I would say that you use your spellcasting ability modifier, whatever it is.
Okay.
In
And
general,
there's not a ton of those. They're split between proficiency and just random things, but stuff like that.
Yeah.
I guess it sounds like the more general question is, does the magic type modifier essentially replace our class modifier?
What do you mean class modifier?
Like, everything in fighter is based on strength, everything in thieves are based on dex.
No, because a lot of things in fighter and thieves are not magical abilities. Wouldn't come from their magic source. If you're playing an Eldritch Knight, your spellcasting ability score is whatever your source is. But like your to-hit bonus is still going to be strength or dexterity based on your weapon. Your saving throws are still going to be, I think fighters get strength and constitution. It's only magical stuff. There are some class features that are borderline. Like I know when McDole played that humorless hobgoblin lady, we decided that her lay on hands feature was not magical. It was basically like she was a field medic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got it. Sorry.
But yeah, in general, any magical ability you have, and I realize we're going to have to make some edge cases because the books don't always say what's magic and what isn't. Which is why it's good to ask if you're not totally sure.
Oh, where do I even put spells on this character sheet?
You have a spell sheet.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So I can just add the spell. Oh, read
Yes.
instructions on how to use this page. Uh-oh.
Does anybody know their race and class and background? Any of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Soldier
race and
background.
All right, so McDowell, you said you were doing what?
Human fighter with soldier background.
And Chris, do you have any idea?
I'm going to do a human noble, and I'm still deciding on the class.
Now, unlike the previous campaign in the setting, noble is not a class. I'm not making anybody use those rules again.
Oh man, we'll dust those off. How about that?
I literally only did that because I knew it would make everything harder when you got to Ravenloft. It's the only reason I imposed that. And it was really funny.
Yeah, funny. We'll go with funny. Yeah, sure.
You
let's go with that
loved
word.
that campaign, and don't even pretend like you didn't.
Oh man, my nipples are hard just thinking about it.
In fact, your old character from this campaign is like fucking around in the woods somewhere with like a wolf den.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know how long werewolves live, but I feel like Edmund can still be out there 60 years on.
I mean, he was a monk, so he does have that longevity thing.
Very notably, though House Veritas was recognized as being heroes of the war, specifically Ruby Veritas was like a high-level hero in the war. Like in Suikoden terms, she would have been like on the tactician's table. But House Veritas didn't have anything to do with the founding of Strixhaven. That that family got very into building the new government of the Republic and had a lot of say there. However, I have been notified that Jeannie Veritas did teach at Strixhaven for a while after they returned from Ravenloft. She came out to I don't know, teach people how to build clocks, I guess.
I mean, they have an artificer tract.
Yeah.
She probably, like I said, she probably wrote their freaking textbooks.
Oh, I don't know why this is calculating it like this. That's not right.
What did we decide about Ekon was doing? He's on a boat, right?
Yeah,
Like
Oh.
he's like on like a big city ship.
something like that. Yeah, Ekon fucked the fuck off with a grand fleet.
Brick.
Yeah.
This question might actually be relevant. Since you said that the way we're leveling up is going to be different and progression is based on like levels in school, what's the max level for this campaign going to be?
12 or 13-ish. I'm thinking 3 experience levels per year. There's 4 years. That comes out to 12.
Okay, because
But-
that's going to impact if anybody wants to multi-class or something like that.
We're still going to track experience points. We're not doing milestone leveling.
Yeah, but if it's going to be a hard stopper, like your senior year, you're level 12 or level 13, then we know for a fact we're not going to go to 14 or 15.
I'm not going to say now whether there will be a hard stop. I just don't know yet. But I know that
No.
right now I've got rules for 3 experience levels per year. So once you level up to level 4, that'll be the end of your first year.
Okay, yeah, I just know because like level 14 is when classes start getting more interesting stuff, like their last class skill, things like that.
I mean, we might have you guys graduate and then do like a big hurrah adventure with everybody level 14 or 15. I just don't know yet.
Okay.
I haven't planned that far out in advance.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so I have an idea. I
Mhm.
think I'm going to stick with that concept. Mechanically, I will take a human race. I think I haven't decided yet. But I do. So what I want to do is I want to start as ranger with the expectation that I'll be multi-classing into sorcerer at level 2.
Okay.
Just so, because I know you like to you have a thing with sorcery. So
I'm not going to impose any restrictions on your class. I personally
right.
would never multi-class in 5th edition D&D, but I'm not going to yuck your yum.
Brick Road, can
Yes.
I replace my proficiency in land vehicles from my background instead with tool proficiency?
What sort of tool? What's your background? You went with soldier?
Yeah,
What sort of tool proficiency?
woodworkers tools.
Yeah,
Woodworking
that's fine.
tools.
I'm
Okay.
okay with that.
All right.
I'm going to step away for 2 minutes because my wife is texting me. I'll be right back.
Mhm.
sure.
I have no idea what I want to play.
Okay, let me make sure I did this right. History, religion.
Well, it's a shame that the tentacle attacks you get from Simic Hybrid are key to strength, and you can't use your spellcasting ability or dex for it.
No, yeah.
Mhm.
I think mechanically, I just take a human and take Shadow Touched. I guess the ability score bonus doesn't actually help as much.
Character. Let's see. Are you gonna just take 1 level in ranger?
It's probably going to take 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I will do monk.
Treble,
Are you-
what feat is it that raises the max dex bonus you get on medium armor?
Medium armor master.
Okay.
Might be a campaign that's actually useful for once.
Well, I mean, I have all
With
these
with these ability scores.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what scores he wants taken. Like trebles are really nice and evenly distributed, but that 18 on McDowell was
Oh yeah, I'm taking the
tempting.
18. I'm gonna start with 20 con.
Raz and Treble, do you guys know anything about your character yet?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have some information.
Raz, what do you know?
So I am playing a human artificer, and her background is cloistered scholar.
Where
It
did
was
that
the
come
closest
from?
I could find to nerd. Where
Just-
did this come from?
Just change the name to nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, just change it to nerd.
Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide.
Oh, okay. I'll allow it. I don't have that book, but I'll allow it. It's fine.
Well, it's basically just 2 skill proficiencies, 2 languages of my choice, just a smattering of nerd stuff.
Yeah, it's fair.
And then I have library access.
Let's talk
whatever
about
that means.
Let's talk about languages. Well, technically, everybody will have library access in this
Yeah.
campaign. Because you're not going to hit languages. We're going to work a little different in this setting. There's not like the common tongue. You all instead speak Ferniscan. That's like the trade tongue of the Republic. And then the other various regional areas have their own languages. I think some of the characters remember all the characters in Ravenloft had to learn Darkanese early on.
Yeah.
Old Etherine is kind of the equivalent of like learning Latin in this world. That's like an old language associated with the early church. And then there are just other regional languages around the world that we can kind of discuss. What I would recommend is if you get bonus languages, just don't fill them in now. Just decide if you want to use one on Old Etherine, because that's something that any student could pick up. And then just kind of leave one blank. And if it comes up in the game, you can just say, oh, my character knows that language and has all along, and fill it in at that point.
Is there a base number of languages you get? Because I'm not seeing that in the class description.
Typically, it's determined by your race. Typically, it says you have common plus this and this.
And then your background might have one.
Mm-hmm.
Or two.
Yeah, my background is just +2 languages.
So like Old Etherine would be appropriate.
Yeah.
And then
so I can. And when you said common, that's Ferniskin.
Ferniskin is common.
Okay. So I get Ferniskin +3 other languages.
I'm going to be my background is going to be inheritor. And I'm going to be a monk. And I inherited just a martial arts manual.
Okay. There would be a lot of like nomadic tribes in the southern deserts that are constantly just at war with Ferniskin interests there that would have their own languages. The kingdom of Valus, who kind of stole all your teleportation magic, that's a kingdom that's way off to the west on the other side of the woods. They would have their own trade tongue that you could learn. There would be other places off across the sea.
I did that.
Beyond Losteria in the north, there's a country of like crazy barbarian people. They would have their own language.
Okay, I think I'm going to go with the Simic Hybrid, and I'm going to give myself bizarre climbing claws in my wrists for the climb benefit.
Oh, I forgot to race. I'm going to be a shifter.
So are we doing the background thing where if we take one of the old feats, we
He said we can do.
one of the old
If your background does not grant you a feat, take either skilled, tough, or resilient.
Okay.
That'll either grant you extra skills, it'll grant you extra hit points, or it will grant you an extra saving throw, basically.
I'm
Let's see.
probably going to end up being the tank again.
no,
as many
that's
hit
me.
points as Benedict. I have 13 hit points at level 1.
I don't think you're going to have
that's
more
right.
hit points. I don't think you're going to have more hit points than me unless you're doing something weird.
Well, I'm going to have a 20 constitution at some point.
So I'm waiting
I already have a 20 constitution.
You already have a 20 constitution.
waiting-
We're all the hit points. Well done, everybody.
I'm waiting on Destel's background and Chris's class.
Yeah, I know I have to figure out what mechanics fit the story I have. So give me a second to look at the background options.
I'm just kidding. We all know Chris has no class.
Exactly.
He's-
Be a commoner.
At some point, he said he's going to play everything.
Yeah.
Except,
Check
except
off the
fighter.
list,
The only thing we know for sure he's not doing is playing fighter.
Be a Cyrogue again.
So I've got Ranger, Fighter, Artificer, Monk, and we know this
I
Ranger's
mean, can I just
going
take the
into Sorcerer.
Prismari student?
Yeah, you can.
So I'm going to be a support class, either going to be a Bard or a Divine Sorcerer. Either Creation Bard or Divine Sorcerer.
Okay, well, you
Creation
got
Bard
to
is
pick one for level 1.
Creation
We're-
Bard's cool
we're-
as F.
We're Prismari, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just take Prismari student. That fits great.
So what's going to happen in the first session is you guys will arrive at the school and you'll start going through orientation, and that's where you all will become Prismari students, and that's where you're going to have your dorms in the Prismari campus. In fact, I've got a nice little map.
And I can tell you right now, my innate spellcasting ability is Constitution because I have blood magic because my quote unquote parents created me in some who knows what.
This is
Would-
the 6 campuses. So in addition to each of the colleges have their satellite campus, but then there's also the main campus in the center, which is like where the quad is and the tavern and
Oh, why isn't this fitting on my screen?
And if you look over here at the Darkwood campus, you can see the big gouge in the world that the dean opened up.
Oh yeah, you can see. So that fit. We picked a pretty good spot because of the mountains there.
Where are we? We're over here.
No,
you guys are
that's
going to be in
the
Prismari,
sorry.
which is down here.
You were referring to just the general location of the map.
Prismari is this like grotesque
Wow.
Picasso.
What
I don't know what's going on here.
Wow, that is like the purest essence of art and also not art.
Up
See,
here,
okay. Here's what I got, Brick. I've got like the Wolverine thing going on. I've got like this unholy, unnatural metal that's been fused into my bones,
okay,
and so I have little climbing claws that'll sprout out of my wrists.
and that does what? Grant you a climb speed?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then also when my spell I'm taking is Shillelagh, so I infuse my staff with this metal
All right.
in
I
order
like it.
to make it magical.
Oh, I forgot about the cantrip.
And then what does Prismari give me?
I guess now would be a good time to talk about spell books. I mean, really any kind of book that any kind of academic book, but spell books in particular. I don't know if anybody's gonna play wizard. Even if you're not playing a wizard, you could still have just a spell book with all your magical knowledge in it. But there's a new magical creation on campus that it's kind of a fad that's kind of taken the place by storm, where you have this leather-bound material that is magical. It can keep all of your schoolwork and stuff in it. It can double as your spell book if you have a spellcasting class, and we're calling them Zapper Keepers.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And the reason they're so
I approve.
popular is you can customize them to be any kind of crazy color you want.
I approve.
Bright neons
Thank you,
and like
Brick
zebra
Road.
stripes are very popular.
Thank you, Brick Road.
Everybody who's anybody at Strixhaven carries a Zapper Keeper.
I have to leave.
Bye.
Is this standard issue, or do we have to go to the school store?
No, you have to procure it yourself.
How much does this cost? Like, I assume we can't start with one, and then everyone's gonna make fun of us.
What's the material? What's
Look at
the
new kid.
like gold cost of a spell focus?
I want to say it's like 50 or 20 or 50.
50 gold would be
Yeah.
one because it's technically it's a spell book,
Oh, I start with money.
and spell books
Yeah.
cost 50 gold. So you can spend 50 gold on a Zapper Keeper, or you can be making all of your popularity checks at disadvantage. Year 2, it's
Oh
gonna be
no.
year 2. I'm gonna have fidget spinners coming back. We're due.
Wait, when did the Pog show up?
Year 3.
It's year 3. Damn it, you beat me to it.
And then year 4, it's gonna be triple
year 4
triad. It's
is-
gonna sweep the
It's
school.
triple triad? Yes.
Yeah.
I was about to
Now-
ask when Begoma hits.
Now, in year 3, do all of the fads from year 1 actually give you disadvantage because they're no longer in
Yes.
vogue?
Listen, I've been waiting
Yes.
for fidget spinners to come back for years. Love my fidget spinners.
Oh, you have a Zapper Keeper? That's so yesterday.
Literally yesterday because the year rolled over.
Yeah. Okay, I need to just go down this list and make sure I've done everything.
I'm gonna take Blade Ward as my.
Where did my
cantrip.
character sheet go? No, come back.
Did
This
you
is
hear
so
me,
much
Britt?
easier when D&D.
Did what?
Beyond did it before.
Blade Ward for my cantrip. If you're writing that down.
Yes, I'm gonna write that down.
Okay.
Oh, do you
What
need
else
my
do you need
cantrip?
from me, Brick Road?
McDowell, I've got you guys for a human fighter soldier. Do you know anything else about your character?
What else do you need from me?
Any other decisions you've made? Like, have you decided on a cantrip you want to take, or if you decided on?
Cantrip is prestidigitation.
Okay.
Oh, that might be.
And Destel, you took Shillelagh?
Yep.
The cool thing about that word is it's spelled differently every time I look at it.
It's also pronounced differently. I know my cantrip. I'm gonna take mending.
Actually,
You're going to take
Mending.
mending.
Yeah.
Seems pretty useful for an artificer.
Yeah. Also, I now know what the Prismari campus reminds me of. You know that Seinfeld episode where like Kramer's apartment just lights up red because of the neon sign outside? That's what
What's
I
going on
imagine
in
every-
what's going on in Darkwood?
do we have Seinfeld?
That's what I
Just-
imagine every night is like in Prismari. It's just glowing red lights outside. You draw the curtains and just do the best you can.
Suikoden 5 has a little town you visit where like all the failed artists in the world end up, and it's just this
Yes.
this gaudy,
sounds
horrible
fantastic.
hellscape. So on the Prismari campus, there is actually just a spot for like failed magical art to end up. That's just terrible.
Yeah, it's the central square where you can appreciate it or admonish it.
But the intention is you guys will be adventuring in all of the campuses. If starting at Prismari, if you're going around clockwise, this is the Darkwood campus. It's the site of the biggest archaeological dig in Fernisco because the dean split the world open and there were like crazy magical ruins down there that are being excavated to this day. Up north is Silverquill, so there's actually like a grand temple to the Etherine Church located there. And then over here is Quandrix, which is like a weird mathematical, like there's like geometric cubes of water floating around. And then down here is Witherbloom, which is a swamp.
Are firearms a thing in this
Yes,
campaign?
black powder weapons are a thing.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
Genie
'cause-
shot a dude.
No,
yeah,
I
I do
didn't.
remember that.
No, Genie
did-
shot a dude. We all remember the Genie
Yeah.
shot a dude.
Black powder weapons are a thing. You are allowed to carry weapons on campus if you are properly licensed and if you are not on like disciplinary review. So I'm not going to restrict where you can and can't carry a weapon on campus. But keep in mind that most students aren't adventurers, won't have class levels, and won't have weapons. In fact, the book is pretty explicit about this. Like, there's a reason we didn't publish stat blocks for all these students. Like, you're not just supposed to beat them all up and take their experience.
Right.
Wait, is that how that works? Do you have to give up your XP at this college?
Well,
I'm
in,
defeated.
in a in a
Level one.
world where like you advance by killing things, study is not the way to do it. So Fernisco is still vaguely like Italian, right? That's what it was.
Italian? I didn't consider. Brennanine was similar to Venice geographically
Was
because
very
it sits on a
Venice,
lake.
yeah.
But I wasn't thinking that the culture was.
Well, I meant like
specifically
like
Italian.
because we kind of landed on like old Ferniscan was Latin.
Yeah, I don't know that it sounds like Latin, but it
Like-
culturally it has the same connotations as Latin.
Listen, I'm trying to pick which name generator to use. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, that's
You know what? Screw you. I'm gonna just be Cajun.
that's fine with me.
Saving throws. Do I get that? Yeah.
Cajun name generator. Chris, do you know anything about your class or your what cantrip you want to pick yet?
I'm suffering paralysis choice between Creation Bard and Divine Sorcerer.
I mean, we already have a sorcerer, so
Yeah.
No, we have a ranger.
I mean,
He's
I'm
not a
not-
sorcerer yet.
I'm not a full sorcerer, yeah. Like I'm.
We
kinda
could
till-
we you know how we always end up going double rogue? We could always try double sorcerer and see what happens.
Yeah, you can double up on class. There is no mechanical drawback to doubling up on class in 5th edition. I say that with all confidence.
Yep.
I
I'm
saw
surprised we don't-
I saw
we're not
double
rogue.
rogue in back-to-back campaigns and it worked fine. I've seen double fighter, works fine. Raz has his stories about his all bard table that was apparently wonderful.
I could not believe how well that worked. We all went into that game expecting like that we're gonna all die on the first combat, and it became just pass your inspiration to the left.
Has anyone selected your Actually, you know what? When I ran Planescape, they started as all bards. That's exactly what they did for the first couple
Yeah,
of encounters.
You pass your inspiration to the player on the left.
Does anybody know what minor common magic item they want to start with?
let me. Look
There
it
are
up.
examples in Xanathar's. There's also examples in Strixhaven book, and they're just examples. You don't have to pick something from those books. The idea is have a magic item that's common and has no mechanical benefit. Is the idea?
Yeah, I think I know what I want actually. I'm just gonna go with it because it was literally the second thing in this list.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the Armor of Gleaming, and it's literally just prestidigitized to never be dirty.
Sure, works
Yeah.
for me.
You know what? Screw it. How much trouble could a bunch of teenagers get in with the ability to create any non-magical item they can think of?
Probably none.
That'd
None
be
at
great
all.
for Drama Club.
Yeah, let's go with Creation Bard.
So going with bard, And you will select a
Yeah.
cantrip, and you'll select a magical item to start with.
Okay.
You'll get all your equipment from your class and your background, just as normal. You'll only start with money if it explicitly says in your class or your background that you start with money.
Okay, I can close this window.
I can't find trying to find the list of common magic items.
Yeah.
I can help you with
I'm
that.
pulling out Xanathars
I
right now.
just
I-
went online and
I'm trying to wean myself off of D&D Beyond.
Yeah, it's in Xanathars.
I mean, there's common magic items like spread everywhere.
136.
do we?
Yeah, I'm just.
What
going
are
through
the
common magic.
encumbrance rules here?
The
Or
encumbrance
do we
rules.
care?
I typically don't worry super hard about them unless your character is literally like in the character sheet that you have, you'll be able to list the weight of everything in your backpack, and it will automatically tell you if you're encumbered or not, based on your strength.
Well, I mean, just like I have literally only put my armor and shield, and I'm already halfway to heavy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But-
Armor and shield is.
But I mean, yeah. But I mean, I think at like level 2 or 3 or something, I get a feat where like all of that just disappears.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
impose encumbrance unless it's just you're trying. Like, I got a piano that I'm carrying everywhere. Then we'll talk. But
Oh no, but I am proficient in piano.
I just find
Yeah,
that
carrying,
I find the
really.
game works so much better if you just allow the players to have a backpack and anything that can reasonably be placed in a backpack. I
So
think
I just ignore this entry. Okay.
last
So
time it was an issue was when Adrix was carrying around like brewer's tools everywhere. And those are like big and bulky.
Yeah, you're carrying a barrel.
And then he fell into a lake. So
The barrel's buoyant. It's full of air or beer. Then it's
Type
not.
of smoke monster.
this was probably full of beer.
Okay, I've got my idea for my common magic item.
Okay.
So I want the bottle of boundless coffee, but I don't want it to be filled with coffee. I want it to be filled with a surprisingly tasty but unknowable black ichor.
The bottle
Creepy.
of boundless tasty black ichor.
Yes.
I was hoping you would say Ecto Cooler.
Is it only tasty to you, or is it tasty to
I
everyone?
don't. Everyone else can come up with that for their character. I'll let them try it if they want.
That's a magic
hoping it
item
was
out of
gonna
the
be
Strixhaven book. Is
Ecto-Cooler.
like the canteen of boundless coffee.
Yeah.
I think the
Oh,
the limiting factor is you can't pour it into a glass. You have to drink it out of the bottle.
And you roll a d20 every time you drink it, and if you roll a 1, it stops dispensing coffee for an hour.
Is the black ichor caffeinated?
Produces an effect similar to caffeine.
I mean, I think for my character, it probably produces that kind of. This is another one of these hideous magical background things for me.
Yeah.
So, I think my character wouldn't notice, and anyone else, it might either be hyper caffeinated or a major depressant.
Now, one thing for Destel and Treble,
Mhm.
you will be able to use glamours if you are going to do some adventuring off campus. Like if you're going to go to Old Throne or Brennanine or one of the big cities, you'll be able to use glamours to appear more human than you are. That's a decision you'll have to make at the apex of those adventures when you get there. But like Desto would still, even under a glamour, he would still have to take pains to like wear gloves over his like crazy climbing fingers and stuff.
Is there some kind of?
I also like the idea of
magical-
like my eyebrows are made of like metal exposed from my skull. That's like the only other distinct feature.
That's very unsettling.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of that all over my body, but the only place it's obvious, like when I'm, just wearing clothes, would be my eyebrows.
Can I just have a? This isn't like a common one. This isn't like something that's in there because the only thing that I have written down so far is that my character's eyes are yellow.
Yep.
Can I just have a pair of sunglasses that when I look through them, they're like just normal, like they're not like dark when I look through them. Can
So
that
you
just be
want
my
like
common magic?
you want glasses that you can wear and see through, but nobody can see your eyes.
Yes,
Okay.
as the common magic item. I figured that'd be something
Yeah.
that
What are you calling this magic item?
uh
Not sunglasses. I don't know what the opposite of sunglasses are.
Yeah, dark
Day glasses, moon glasses.
or like goggles of.
You're part werewolf. Call them moon glasses.
Yeah, sure, moon glasses.
Error. Oh no.
We'll go with moon glasses.
McDowell, did you pick a magic item?
Pipe of smoke monsters.
Pipe of smoke monsters? What happens when you smoke this pipe?
I can make little things run around.
Nazir had that.
Yeah.
Why isn't this formula working?
Why are you smoking? You're 14.
No, I'm not. Like
that's
18.
So yeah, your character's ages, you will all nobody has like a superhuman time scale for their age unless you're the founder of Prismari, who's been alive for 400 years.
Yeah.
So
he's
starting
like
your
18.
first year, I would say the youngest you could be would be like 11 or 12. And there's really no limit to how old you can be, but for the purposes of this campaign, we'll say I want everybody to at least be around teenager.
Okay.
So if you're, I mean, keep in mind in this setting, if you're 15 or 16-year-old, you're considered an adult.
Yeah, he's
in
like going
society.
he's like officer candidate tier, so he's probably on the older end.
We're not going by anime rules where like if you're 18, you're already like a general with
Yeah,
with
no,
field
no.
experience.
This is like officer candidate, like you're going to be the lowest ranked officer after all of this.
Got it.
So,
Chris, did you pick a cantrip or a magic item?
I'm looking at magic items. I'm probably gonna do light as a cantrip. I can look at the bard spell list though.
Okay. The cantrip that you pick is not going to count as a class spell for you. This is just a personal spell that you have. If for any,
Yeah, well, I ideally want to pick something that I'm not going to take as part of my class thing.
Okay.
I think that my name is Experiment G3P Alpha, but I go by Geppa.
Geppa.
My character's name is Alistair, and I'm still doing a surname. What are the
Still, did you name that character, or did Elon Musk name that character?
Jesus Christ.
Did you just want to put an alpha in your name?
it has been 0 days.
I just wanted to have a weird science experiment name.
No, I get it.
When you come up with your character's name, put it in the Flumph chat so I know how to spell it when I make UI material later.
You need just the first name, or do you need a...
As much name as you want to give me.
I don't have a surname.
Who are the major noble houses right now?
You just do Leopold.
I purposely didn't actually do a lot of world building as far as the political landscape. It's going to be whatever we need it to be. The only thing I know for sure is that House Veritas is still the seat of South Warren, but beyond that, I don't know much.
I don't know if I want to play another Veritas.
No, we've kind of
Orson
ruined that
Veritas
house.
is the current governor of South Warren and has been for decades.
Oh, he was the best of us, to be perfectly honest.
Ruby did not have children, and then all of her other siblings abdicated, basically. Nobody else fucking wanted it.
I mean, several.
Orson was well raised into that position. Like we took
Yeah.
care of that kid.
Orson earned it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I like Orson because Orson was the first character that I landed on where I really liked how like the DMPC ran at the table. And we're gonna do that. We did that again in the last campaign where you had all your pirate friends. You could take one with you. We're gonna do that again in this campaign. There's gonna be rules for you have someone in the student body who you can take on adventures with you. We'll give them class levels so they can hang. But it's gonna be it's probably gonna be a rotating cast of characters, kind of like it was in the last campaign, where each adventure you picked one person from the crew to go with you, and usually you picked Peachberry because she was just the best of them. In fact, should I just put Peachberry in this campaign? She's an owl.
You should.
I mean, I thought she might actually fit into this campaign.
She could be a teacher.
I was
Yeah.
expecting her to show up as a teacher, to be honest. If she showed up
I-
as a teacher, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay.
That tracks.
I mean, the hardest part is that Trennis is plane locked, but
Oh, you know
what? What? This isn't in Trennis. We're not. Yeah,
No, this-
that'd be fine.
This is
Yeah,
Myos.
Fernisco. Yeah.
The world is called Myos. You're in the country
right.
of Fernisco.
Okay, here we go.
All right, and obviously I trade out every ranger feature for better ones they made later, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
God,
all the
yes.
Tasha's stuff is on the table.
Yeah.
You can take all.
Oh, that's
Uh,
ambiguous.
Question, Brick Road. My plan is to
There we go.
take the dragon subclass for monk.
Okay, what book is that in?
That is in Fizban.
Let me go grab that.
We're just trying to make you grab as many books as possible.
They're all here in the tunnel. Hey, I used to keep them in a great big stack on a precarious shelf that every time I went to get one, I'm like, this is when the shelf's gonna fall. But for Christmas this year, I built all new shelves.
Yep.
All right, so you're looking for
It's called the
Way of the Ascendant Dragon.
Ascendant Dragon, yeah.
You got a question?
Yeah, I like for the source,
Mhm.
which do you think would be the most? I'm thinking blood, since you're trying to emulate a physical creature.
So this is your decision,
Uh-huh.
and whatever rationale you tell me will be how it works. So if you wanted to go with blood magic and say that, like, at some point in your ancestry there's draconic blood from somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
then that's absolutely what we'll go with.
Okay.
I am happy with that.
And they said shifter can basically be any predatory creature. Doesn't necessarily have to be a mammal, right?
There were 4 different kinds of shifters listed in the book: bears, dogs, cats, and then the 4th was just like any predatory creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, wild hunt shifters are born from any creature that tracks its prey.
Yeah, okay.
And then there's sub-race options for it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm just gonna
proficiency.
say I'm just gonna say vaguely lizard.
Vaguely
since we're
lizard.
gonna-
Okay.
Yeah.
Like what kind of like lizardine features?
Well, as soon as I can get my character sheet back up, fine scales along the about where like the sideburns would be.
Okay,
And slightly pointed ears and yellow eyes.
got it. So definitely there's no looking at Destel's character or Treble's character and mistaking them for a human.
They're like really that like the scales are like very fine.
Not
You'd
up
have to-
close.
Yeah, you'd have to get like from a distance. I imagine he looks fine, but like if you get like right up in his face, you can tell.
Okay.
Like it's probably something he's like spent a great deal like he paid for the glasses and probably wears like a scarf or something when he goes out.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put blood.
Yeah, that works for me. I mean, I'll notate that as well.
And I put inheritor. Cool.
Did I do this correctly? I think so.
So that your spellcasting ability score is Constitution.
Correct.
Destel, did you pick a?
It's con.
You picked blood as well.
Yeah.
Has anybody else selected their source of magic?
Yeah, I chose contestants.
So you went with
Int.
intelligence.
Not gonna go
The
for
weakness of con is actually that you don't. No active skills use it.
That's true. But it's probably one
Yeah,
of
it's the best
most-
defensive. It's super
Wow.
defensive, but it's very good for survivability. Yeah.
the best active skill is not being dead.
Yeah, it's hard to be active when you have 0 hit points. Right.
I mean, like a social situation, like
I don't have a magic source from McDole or Chris, and I don't have a magic item from Chris.
All right, let me think.
Oh, guidance! I miss you already.
Actually, didn't
There's a lot of
Razu's magic source
Cannot
change to
select.
divinity in
It did.
3? Yeah, because she died and came back as a paladin of Osprey.
Oh, how many
Yeah.
of these do I get? I get 2 cantrips.
I think what we'll do then is we'll go ahead and take our break here. Like Chris and McDole make their last couple of decisions. And then when we come back, we will do a bunch of character, like NPC stuff. There's all kinds of NPCs you're going to have to know in this campaign. We'll also
Oh,
do
I'm so
class
not ready.
schedules, and we'll also talk about various rules that we'll be using. So go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. Let's reconvene at about 4 o'clock. 3 o'clock Central.
I'm bad at on the spot character creation.
Yeah, I'm still choosing spells. I'm probably further along than I think, but I do need to break to go get food because I'm really hungry. I just have to pick one more spell here. That seems good.
Yeah, that 18 is really tempting.
You're still back that far?
Well, no,
Also-
the issue is like if I go with troubles, I'll have better scores on average, but I won't be able to get a 20 on something until like the end of the campaign.
Also, I'm lying. I'm totally using charisma for melee attacks with Shillelagh.
Nothing wrong with that.
Or Constitution. Sorry, not charisma.
Okay, I need to do.
I'm gonna jump off. Be right back. This is the actual break, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be back.
Oh, do I learn like? Where is this? Preparing and casting spells.
Yeah, they're gonna pick Shillelagh as my cantrip.
Okay, so I get 3. Why does it think that? Oh, what? Oh, this is just wrong. Okay.
Today's snack is just straight up chocolate cake. It's just a chocolate cake.
Well, where's mine?
It's in my fridge. Go get it.
Yeah, I need to slice cake while I figure this out. I'm gonna take Shillelagh as my cantrip, Rick.
Okay.
And that's all I know at this point. I will probably take Ruby of the War Mage as my common magic item so that I can cast spells with my staff.
Have they announced any setting material for 2024 that they haven't already published for 5e?
I think the only one I know of is the Greyhawk stuff in the DMG.
Yep.
Okay, but that's not like a Greyhawk book. It's part of the DMG.
Yeah, it's like there's a whole Gazette thing in there. It's like a full third of the book. It's actually really good.
I thought that was
it's
a
actually
book that was coming out was. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the of the 3 books, the only one that I actually want to own a physical copy of is the DMG, and
People seemed not impressed about the monster manual.
Yeah.
The monster manual left some people hanging. I will not be buying the new monster. I don't need more monsters.
Well, it's the same monsters.
What? I definitely don't need the same monsters again.
So, in fact, it's less monsters because I took a bunch of it out.
Yeah, that's what I read. I read that they had taken a bunch of monsters out, and a lot of entries were shortened from what they were. So, like, what's in the book? Is it just 8 pages of... Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what happens when you fire all your writers.
Yeah. Let's try this. I'm trying to get this damn thing to... No, that's not working.
So let me get this straight. Running the Magic School campaign, and I only have one player picked a full caster.
I played a full caster last campaign.
Mhm.
We lost somebody.
Artificer's only a half caster, right?
Yep.
I thought so. So yeah, only one full caster. There was a point where I considered only allowing full casters, but I couldn't like justify the decision. Like it made less sense to me than allowing only martial classes in Flumph 3. And then even Madol couldn't even follow that rule. He still played a paladin.
To get the values for the entire range, use the array formula function.
Check, 1, 2.
I hear you, sir.
Okay, I was having some microphone issues.
Disturbing.
Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you.
Your
I'm doing something I
magnificent
never
dulcet
do.
tones.
Doing something I
Yeah,
never
no,
do. I'm eating
the,
here at the desk.
The thing I have right here is I have the 2024 monster manual. I guess it'd be 2025 monster manual, but there's pretty short like blurbs, but like more art and a lot more like information in stat blocks.
Yeah, that's the balance that like I was already kind of iffy on the original 5e balance on that, because if you look at really old editions, like the 2nd edition Monsters Manual has huge entries for culture, ecology, habitat, like all of that in there. And then the stat block was like very small, and a lot of the times the stat block just said "see entry."
Oh no, the Rakshasa art is kind of hot.
Okay.
The word Rakshasa hits different for me now.
Oh, because of UFO 50.
Because of the micro penis.
No, he wasn't a Rakshasa for one thing. No, 8 days of UFO 50.
Ah, I see.
Rakshasa is the ghosts and goblins entry in UFO 50. And
I see.
It took me 8 days to complete it. I did complete it though, and it was fun.
Good job. Congratulations. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Because I had trouble with my microphone, and that got me distracted from my character.
Right now I'm trying to get everybody to the same stopping point where they have race, class, background, their starting magic abilities, That's kind of where I want. I think everybody's got their attributes allocated, so like I want everybody to get to that stopping point first. But technically,
think
we're
I
on
need-
break, so
I don't know if I should discuss spells with other people because our characters probably haven't met each other.
that's up to you. I don't care. However you want to do it.
I mean, having multiple people take Featherfall is redundant. Having multiple people take Fairy Fire probably not ideal. So like that sort of thing. My
Remember-
spell list is pretty limited though.
For all of these, for both, for the only other spellcaster in the party is a bard, and both bard and artificer can replace their known spells at level up. So, if it's a problem, it won't be a problem for long.
Oh yeah, okay, that's right.
Artificers
I'm just-
prep their spells.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Then I'm dumb.
And bards can replace one spell at level up.
Unless you want to let us make a total change.
Oh, so what I should really just do is just check this entire list here and import it. Oh, not detect magic though.
What you should do is just pick your spells, and then if Chris picks the same spell, make him change it because he's the bard.
No, but I mean, like, I can just.
Oh, you know what, Chris?
Hold
You're gonna have to add an 8th attribute to your character sheet because we need to know how spoony you are.
11.
11. So that's like an average spooniness.
Average.
Oh, out of 10, that'd be a 24 Spoonie.
Well, it only goes up to
Oh,
20.
I see. I just prepare per day.
Yeah, you
so
can only
I'm
go up
like
to
a
20. You
cleric.
got to find a magic item to get your spooniness up above 20.
Don't make me put that 18 in popularity.
You can.
Why aren't you,
You absolutely can.
coward?
Why does the character sheet seem to think that I can prepare?
If you have an
for this?
18 in popularity, I'm going to expect you to sing the popularity song from Wicked, though. You're going to have to show up one night.
E1 through F7.
Perform it for us. Do we have everybody back? Who are we waiting on still?
I'm still working on my character.
I'm peeling my orange.
But you do know that because I'm playing a bard, my character is going to sing every single thing in game.
Okay. Nick did that.
He
in
will not
Planescape.
speak. He will not speak normally.
Bet
Nick showed up every week with a different song.
he did. All right, Chris,
E3.
let's hear it. Yeah, you're gonna have to.
You got some big shoes to fill.
Yeah,
What is the E3? Where?
So the when I was thinking of
Oh, it's just wrong. I see. Okay.
so I was thinking about playing an Owlin Ranger, and I decided not to, obviously, but I want everybody to see the name that I was going to use that I just found in a note.
Okay. That name doesn't do anything.
How
for
do you
me.
pronounce that?
There we go.
Nikaula.
Uh huh.
I don't know.
So-
Listen, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Leave me alone.
McDowell, your character name is Hugo Waters.
yeah,
Is Waters a sojourn name? Or is it a house
Yeah.
name? Okay.
it's a sojourn name
Is it descriptive? Like, is your character from like the seaside?
from a coastal city. Yeah,
Okay.
Perfect. Got it. And then if I do this.
My character is from a swamp.
Okay.
Where,
Oh,
wherever
Brooke,
the
I
s-
wanted to be. Oh, God, sorry.
I was gonna say wherever the swampiest part of Fernisco is, that's where my character's from.
I think I heard everybody back, so I can bring this map back up and answer that question.
I literally have coffee and a bagel.
Excellent. You're the only person who ever follows instructions at this table.
I'm very good at that instruction. I eat coffee and a bagel basically every day. I just didn't have time before breakfast today, so I'm eating it now. I also want to be clear. What my parents / creators were doing was highly illegal.
Oh,
With
sure.
meteorite extraction.
Yeah.
Just so we're all on the same page with that.
So the swampiest part, I mean, there would be some like marshland in the valley in Ervalia, but here along the coast of Gazelthon,
Mhm.
lots of marshland, lots of swamp.
Yep.
And you could envision swampland all through South Warren or maybe along the coast of these inland lakes.
Seems like a good place for people with a person with some very vague lizard characteristics to be from.
It's like Innsmouth. You go there and everybody just kind of looks a little bit like a fish.
Yeah, except they look
Oh.
like a little
Oh,
bit like a
weird.
lizard. Oh, yeah, everybody looks a little bit like a lizard.
What's the little
There's probably
village?
like action.
There's a little village in Westeros. People are like, hey, you go there, they all have webbed fingers. It's weird.
They've all got.
All right, do we have Chris? You picked a magic item. What'd you pick?
It is the Ruby of the War Mage.
Where's that at?
Xanathar's.
That's a common minor magic item.
It says common,
What does it do? Anything?
although it says wondrous item, so
Well, one that just means it's not a piece of clothing or a
Yeah.
weapon.
what does it do? Etched with Eldritch Runes, this 1-inch diameter ruby allows you to use a simple or martial weapon as a spellcasting focus for your spells.
Oh,
For
okay.
this property to work, you must attach the ruby to the weapon by pressing it for at least 10 minutes. Therefore, the ruby cannot be removed unless you detach it as an action or the weapon is destroyed. Not even an anti-magic field causes it to fall off. The ruby does fall off the weapon if you're attuned to the ruby ends. So it lets me use my quarterstaff as magic focus,
Okay.
which I can then shillelagh to do useful things,
Okay.
unlike Nerium.
Works for me. All right. So right now, everybody's got ability scores, race, class, background. You've picked a minor magic item. You've picked a starting cantrip. You've picked the source of your magic.
What is the source of Chris's
Eh.
magic?
Debatable.
Oh yeah. I don't have magic source for McDowell either.
I'm still going back and forth on stats.
So what is the source of your guys' magic? Of the 5 we discussed.
Quintessence.
So you're going with contestants. Your spellcasting ability is going to be intelligence.
Yep.
You guys remember that I love the intelligence saving throw.
Hey, I'm proficient in that.
One thing I know about D&D players, they never see the intelligence saving throw coming. You say the words intelligence saving throw, they're like, those words don't belong together.
Intelligence saving throw is
That
always
sounds like Neolithic conspiracy.
yeah. Intelligence saving throw is always like no. When you hear the words intelligence saving throw or charisma saving throw, your butt shrivels because they are never good.
It's never okay to fail a charisma saving throw.
I mean,
No.
a strength saving throw is, oh, you're just going to get knocked on your ass, right? But an intelligence saving throw, that could be anything.
Could even be
including
money.
getting knocked on your ass.
Just
Because
You know how
psychology.
much you wanted one of those.
All right, let me just go through my character creation list, make sure we've done everything. Everybody picked a race. Everybody picked a class. We talked about what's been banned. Everybody's picked their starting feats. Alignment ideal flaw, that's going to work just like it always works. You'll just pick that for your character. You'll be able to claim alignment ideal flaw at the end of a session to earn blips.
Oh, I'm missing a feat. Shit.
Evil alignments are like a double plus like bad idea in this campaign.
But
Your bond is going to be to the Prismari College. You can phrase it however you want, but your goal is to work towards the benefit and furtherance of Prismari College, specifically these 5 people who will be adventuring together. You've done all your ability scores. You've done your popularity stat. I just need Chris's magic source. We've done this. We've done this. We've done this. Okay.
Yeah, Chris is behind.
Do you need me to go
I
over the
need
5 options again?
I need-
No, I'm trying to figure out how if I want that 18 or if I want a more even spread. on the
Oh, you don't have
scores.
ability scores yet. You're way behind.
Yeah. I'm mathing.
Should there be a penalty for being the last person to pick all your stuff?
we draw a mustache on him.
Oh no! He just wakes up every day with a
Yeah.
mustache on him.
I'm forced to roll 1s for the entire campaign.
No, we cross out our ability scores and you can't pick ours anymore. All the good scores are taken.
All the good scores are gone. Yeah.
Nerd.
No, that
Oh,
would
that
be
would
a
be
very
awful.
unfair way to do ability scores. I
No.
think.
Yeah, no.
It would.
Oh, wait, hold on. Where's medium armor mastery?
Everybody, roll me a d20 and tell me what you get.
Sure, sir.
Give me a second, sorry.
I got a 2. Is that good?
That's not
I got a 9.
the worst.
13.
13.
Roll off and break that tie.
4.
20. Great.
4.
Raz got a 20.
I have a natural.
Do you guys have another tie?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
19.
19.
Oh my god, you guys have got to stop this. This is nonsense what you're doing to me.
10.
12.
All right, so Raz is first, then McDole, then Trouble, then
Oh, I
Chris,
don't
then
know if I
Destel
want
is dead last, as always. We're going to do this. You're going to have 3 NPCs in your life whose jobs are going to be to kind of give you academic guidance. You're going to have 2 counselors who are school faculty whose jobs are to counsel and guide you through your academic career. You're also going to have a mentor. Your mentor is a second-year student whose job is to kind of be your big buddy as you're here in school. And then when you guys get to be second years, this will be an aspect of the campaign that we'll introduce, is you will have like a first-year underling under your wing as the freshmen come in. So, what I want you to do is, and post this, like write this out. Don't write more than 3 lines. But you're going to invent an NPC character that is one of your counselors. All I really need to know is basic stuff. Race, class, gender, like what kind of magician they are, if they are, what their like job is on campus, like what class they teach, if they're a professor. Basically an adult NPC character who can work as your counselor. You're going to invent that character yourself and then give that character to me in like a short paragraph.
In Prismari, can they be from outside of
It could
Prismari?
be anybody in any other college you want. It can be anybody. It can be as similar to or as different from your character as you can imagine. A lot of the philosophy about using magic as study in Strixhaven is this idea of duality and conflict. You're supposed to have, like, all 5 of the colleges have this conflict built into them. You're supposed to encounter both ideas that align with your magical practice and ideas that like clash with it. And then in learning how to rationalize the 2 together, you will emerge as a practitioner of your magical art, whatever it happens to be. So this could be an NPC that's very similar to your character. It could be an NPC that is incredibly different from your character.
And just one, right?
Just one.
Just one, okay.
Right, I fixed that. Sorry, I'm doctoring this character sheet. I need you to repeat that. I only wrote down like 1 blurb.
You need
Invent
to,
a counselor. What's their job and what do they teach? That's all I had.
yeah, just give me like 3 lines, like a short paragraph. Who is this person? And give me their name too. Like, I don't want to have to generate. If you're going to generate their name, you do it. I don't want to generate their name. This is on you.
Yeah.
Or if you have a terrible name that you just want to put out into the world, that's also fine.
I put mine in the Flump chat.
All right, I'll grab that.
Okay.
I've misspelled Alistair. All right, so Counselor Professor Bray, an absent-minded old man, been on. So he's Quandrix.
Yep.
He's been here since the school's inception, so he's been here for decades.
I said nearly in case you like had some reason to not have someone that old, but
No,
whatever
I
you want.
don't mind. Male conjurer specializing in water, easily distracted and prone to ramble. Does that conflict with, like, is Geppa prone to distraction? Is it hard for him?
No,
to
not
listen?
really. He laser sights things. That might be his flaw.
All right. So I have the first of 5 professors here, or 5 counselors. So on your sheet, you have a page called schedule. That's going to be like your schedule, your extracurriculars and stuff. And then you'll have under that is relationships. Note that person is your counselor as your first entry there. So that first space will say Professor Bray, relationship counselor. Points is going to start at 0. And Boonbane, we're not going to worry about yet. I will explain Boonbane a little later. Those words came out of the book. I didn't have to select those. I don't like them either, but they are what they are.
What is a descriptor of somebody who's like uncomfortably just uncomfortably like into something?
A nerd?
Obsessed.
Yeah. I'll just do this one.
A fanboy?
Yeah.
You will not be listing other player characters under your relationship sheet. None of the relationship rules are going to apply to other player characters.
Okay, there we go. I got it.
Is that what Professor Bray teaches, like waterbending kind of magic?
Yeah, he teaches like advanced elemental manipulation, but he mostly leaves it to his TA.
Okay.
He's pretty much just off on his own, as he's basically a almost pure research at this point, or at least that's how he sees himself. I don't know how his boss feels about it, but he's got tenure, so.
All right, we have here Instructor Nathaniel Highwhirl, an eccentric researcher, notorious for neglecting things like food, rest, or well-being. Extremely intelligent, awkward, but genuinely cares about his students' success, even if he comes off as unnecessarily stringent. So he's like a sage kind of character, like a librarian.
Yeah, so I'm modeling this after my first chemistry faculty, who literally ate only apples and called his daughter a bag of germs within the first 20 minutes of us meeting him.
Awesome.
Nice.
Okay.
But he was like the craziest weirdo, and we all thought he was insane. And it turns out that he was just like trying to instill upon us like a wisdom that like he didn't really know how to communicate, but
Yeah.
it eventually got there, and we all loved him.
So Trouble's
it's-
just
you're gonna
hard
hate him
trolling.
first.
Trouble's
Yeah.
cruising for bruising here. Troubles went with Counselor Tiffany Chubb, the halfling ranger who specializes in lore of magical beasts and is obsessed with the study of unseelie anatomy.
Chubs are at Bilbo's birthday party. That's canon.
Chris is
So we
giving me
need a
two
two-
counselors, but I only need one. So which one are you giving me?
Oh, I thought you said two. I thought it's two counselors, one mentor.
You will have two counselors, but you're only giving me one.
Oh, well then take the second one.
Take the second one, Rex Armada. Sounds like he belongs on the Avengers. A salty ship captain specializes in warfare tactics. He's a human fighter. He takes no shit, but is very supportive of his students. Excellent. I think that just leaves McDowell.
All right.
I'm still working on it.
That's fine. Take your time.
Are
We
we
got
putting
all
this
the time
in
in the
one of the tabs? What was
Yes,
the
go to your
previous-
schedule tab on your character sheet. There's a section for relationships. Put your counselor that you created in that first slot. So name,
Got it, thank
relationship.
you.
Points will be 0 to start with. And don't worry about Boone or Bane yet. I will explain all of that. These are the adult counselor characters. We'll get to the mentors after we've selected these.
Okay, cool. I think I'm doing this correctly.
Any information you don't give me about these counselors, I will fill in this week.
Sure, that's fine. The less I have to think about, the better, right?
I just know that if I say like, "Hey, give me a character," like especially Raz and McDowell will come back with like 7 paragraphs, and I just can't
There you go.
I could genuinely do that.
pronounce that name.
Louis Swa.
Louis Swa Bellman, archaeology enthusiast, convinced that dragons existed and will find out how to return them to the world. That sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
All right. So everybody has one counselor. Now your second counselor, pick them from this list. You can pick
Oh.
Professor Bray, Nathaniel Highwhirl, Tiffany Chubb, Rex Armada, or Louis Swa Bellman.
Louis Swa.
Any number of you can share counselors if you want, but one of your counselor will be your own invention, and then one of your counselors will be the invention of one of your fellow players. And that way, I
I'll
don't
take
have
Tiffany
to.
Chubb.
Okay. Is Tiffany Chubb related to Caitlin? She can't be. Lives on a different world. Tiffany Chubb, no relation. This is these are the Saxville Chubbs.
Yep.
McDowell made like the perfect counselor for me, so I'm taking that one.
Okay, you're going with Louisoix.
I feel like I should pick one that's like completely the opposite.
So the way that the book tells you to do it is you'll have two counselors assigned to you from your college that have completely opposed viewpoints on your academic journey. The idea is that they'll never agree on anything, and you have to figure out how to square the circle.
Okay. Well, then I think I should do Rex Armada.
You don't have to do it that way. That's what the book says.
Yeah.
I'm purposely allowing you to decide how.
Where's the fifth
you
one?
want
Oh,
this to go.
Destel's scrolled off the screen. That's why I can't see it.
That's-
Chris, can you delete the one that you aren't using?
No.
Well, I mean,
Scroll off
'cause
the screen. It takes like a 16th of my screen of one of my 2 giant monitors.
I have a 1080 monitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have several times that across multiple monitors.
Yeah. No, I mean, my second monitor is 1080, and so everything is fucking huge.
My other monitor is a CRT. Like, just slap that bumper sticker on there.
Has everybody
Yeah, I
selected
mean,
their second
720
counselor?
thing is the thing.
Yeah.
Who did everybody select?
Bray.
Chubb.
Bray? Chubb?
Louisoix.
Louisoix?
Rex Armada.
I also picked Armada.
Okay.
He's a popular guy.
Now, you're going to have a second year mentor. These are NPCs that I've created, and we're going to do this white elephant style. So here's what I'm going to do. Raz, I'm going to introduce you to the first of these NPCs. You tell me smash or
Okay.
pass. If you don't want this person, I'll offer them to McDole, then McDole can make the decision. And if all of you pass, then Destel's just stuck with them. That's how this is.
Oh,
gonna
that
go.
might just be fun.
All right, let me. Raz, your first potential mentor, and I have 5 of them, one from each of the colleges. Her name is Tempest. She's from Darkwood College. She's a battlemaster fighter. She carries a hand-and-a-half sword that has a mechanical component she never talks about. She has no friends and blows off her extracurriculars. She would probably wear goth makeup if she gave a shit about her appearance. She takes everything way too seriously. Alignment is neutral. Just stay focused on what's in front of you. Ideal, perfection is attainable. Flaw, never let them in.
Oh, I feel like I could do so much with that, but
Yeah, smash or pass.
Don't be a coward.
see, what's funny here is that I was thinking that I might approach from the goth girl angle,
Mhm.
and here is the goth girl basically doing that for me. I'm gonna take it.
You're gonna take Tempest. Okay.
Yeah. Because the nerdy girl and the goth girl could do a lot of damage.
So Tempest is a second year college Darkwood student, and she's a battlemaster fighter. So somewhere down the line, when you guys start doing like off-campus adventures, if you build a relationship with Tempest, you'll be able to like take her on adventures with you.
Yeah.
All right, so Raz has made a selection. McDole,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you an option for this character. You tell me smash or pass. Your choice. Her name is Dahlia. She's in Prismari, like y'all. She's a Way of the Elements monk. She rocks a spiky mullet. She's easily excitable, overly emotional, prone to tantrums, constantly getting into fights. Probably you'll end up being her mentor, if we're being honest. Alignment, chaotic good. Life is fast, go faster. Ideal is I can do it. Flaw is I'm not crying, you're crying.
This is absolutely Hugo's. This is Hugo's bro.
So you want Dahlia?
Yep.
All right, Treble. I'm going to offer you Timit. Timit is in Quandrix College. Timit is a wild magic barbarian and an accomplished stick fighter. He's absolutely jacked and wears all his clothes at least 2 sizes too small. Spreads himself way too thin by trying to be everybody's friend. He's definitely broad rather than deep, a certified himbo, keeps a thin curly mustache that he constantly fidgets with.
Oh no.
Timit's alignment is lawful good. Let's all work hard and do our best. Ideal is a stranger is just a friend you haven't met. Flaw is you don't like me, I'll try harder.
Oh no, it's basically Hugo. You cloned Hugo and made him into someone even more likable.
Yeah, no, I what was his name? Timit?
Timit.
We've known about Timit for 30 seconds. But if anything bad happens to him, I will kill everybody at this table, including
Yeah.
myself.
So Take
So,
Timid.
yes, yes.
Chris, I'm going to introduce you to Alsehar Al-Azraq. He is in Silver Quill College. He's a small, scrawny kid with thick glasses, definitely on the spectrum, a Scrivener wizard. So he's the same subclass of wizard that Peachberry was. He's part of the prestigious House Al-Azraq of Werowet. He's known to be a magical prodigy. He's the kind of kid who thinks he's a football god until he gets to college. He knows more than you, and he'll make sure you don't forget it. Alignment is lawful neutral. You'll get written up for that. Ideal is power is the application of knowledge tempered with experience. Flaw is how can I be wrong when I'm smarter than you?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one.
Pass on that. So, Destel, you're going to end up with Alsehar Al-Azraq as your mentor.
Can you spell that for me, please?
I will post in the
Yes,
chat.
excellent.
In fact, I'll just post the whole.
Yeah, just post
all of
all
it.
of
I'll
them.
just
Can I get
post the
all
whole
of them?
page after I. So,
Yeah.
Chris, you
I don't
are
have the
stuck
last
with Kenny Bray. Kenny Bray is in Witherbloom College. She's the daughter of a small ranching family in Gran Francisco. She's an artillerist artificer. She currently holds both speed and precision records on campus for firing powder weapons. She thinks magic is overrated. Her family believes machining and engineering are the ways of the future, and she's a bit of a town crotch. Alignment is chaotic neutral. I'm down for whatever, so long as it's fun. Ideal is sometimes you take aim, sometimes you shoot from the hip. Flaw is the pressure is too much.
I've never heard the term town crotch before. Please define.
I just
That's a
tried to
great term.
Google it. I can't even find it.
It's probably
Oh,
exactly what you think it
Yeah,
is.
what do you-
Girl
what do
who's
you think
pretty
it is?
promiscuous. Yeah.
Yeah, she's promiscuous.
Okay. Of course. I don't know why.
She totally belongs in drama club.
I will post these characters one at a time.
Oh, that's just her name is Tempest. She doesn't have a last name. Okay. Got it.
Correct. Most only Alsehar does, and Alsehar and Kenny both have
Okay.
surnames. There's Timit. There is Al-Azraq and Kenny Bray. All right, so I posted all of those in the chat if you need to look them up.
I should just copy this.
So your relationship sheet should now have 2 counselors and this mentor on them.
Yep.
Yes. And they're all 0 points. And then
They're
the last
all
one
going to
is-
start as 0 points, yes. All right, so let's start talking about the rest of this schedule page, because this is going to be a big part of the game. So, in a typical D&D campaign, your characters go on adventures, and then in between adventures, they experience some downtime. That's kind of, I think we've run every single campaign like that since the start. Since Xanathars came out for sure, we've been doing downtime actions. This campaign is going to be a little different, because you're not going to have downtime. You're students at college. You have no time for anything. You really don't have time to be going on adventures, to be honest. But all of your downtime is going to be involved with doing college stuff, going to class, studying, taking exams, participating in clubs or social functions. So instead of doing downtime actions out of Xanathars, I have a page. There's 8 different downtime actions you're allowed to take. And I'm just going to run through them real quick and tell them kind of what each of them does. First, you can take an exam. If you have enough XP to level up, you can take an exam or retake one that you failed, or retake one that you passed but want to get an ace on. Second, you can have a relationship encounter. This is an encounter with any NPC that's on your relationship list. And you can build your way towards friendships, rivalries, romantic interests, whatever direction you want to go. I'll go over those rules after these ones. Third, you can conduct independent research. This is the research action out of Xanathars. This is you go to the library, you'll make an intelligence check that'll determine some research to find magical lore, which you can then cash in on an adventure. Fourth, you can scribe scrolls. The school always has a use for level 1 to 3 spell scrolls. This will be an Arcana check against some difficulty. And basically, you keep track of how many scrolls you've scribed and turned over to the school. And then later on in adventures, you can cash that in to check scrolls out to take on your adventure with you. Basically, a way to kind of give out more freebie level 1 to 3 spells.
Mm-hmm.
You can party. That's a popularity check. And if you succeed, you'll either increase your popularity by 1 or gain proficiency in popularity saving throws. You can chillax. This is what Nerium did all last campaign.
Mhm.
Basically, you don't make a check, but it gives you one of a few game tokens you can cash in, which I'm calling. You'll either have advantage on your next saving throw, gain some amount of temp HP in the next adventure, or a token that reduces your next blip expenditure by 1 blip. So you can get a reroll for 1 blip instead of 2. The research check, the party check, and these last 2 checks, these are things that would happen over time. They start at a DC 30 and they get easier the more of them you make. So if you conduct independent research, you're probably going to fail your first check, but next time you make it, it'll be a little easier, and then a little easier after that until you eventually obtain your goal. It's meant to be something you do over time.
What have you done with Brick Road? That sounds like Fail Forward.
The last 2 things you can do are learn a spell outside of your class's spell list. This works just like you make a DC 30 ability check. You'll probably fail it your first time, but after you succeed, you gain the spell that you can use it. And for you, it counts as a spell of 1 level higher. Does that make sense? Like, once you have access to 4th level spells or their equivalent, you can use this feature to, say, learn Fireball, which is a level 3 spell, even if it's not on your class's spell list. You can also use this to learn spells if you're a class that doesn't have spellcasting as a feature.
Oh, that's dirty.
How do you pay for the spell if you don't have spellcasting as a feature?
Use it once per long rest.
Okay.
So, yeah, McDole, Treble, and Destel, you're all going to have... Well, Destel, you're going to have spellcasting once you take a level of sorcery.
So
I have it from my
question
feat,
for that.
from my entry level feat. Actually, I guess I don't have the feature. You're right.
Just a question.
Like I
for
have
that.
spells, but
If we learn a spell that is above a level we can normally cast, is it just subject to the 1 per long rest feature?
You can't learn
So,
a
like-
level that's above a spell you can normally cast.
So I can't cast level 4 spells, so I couldn't learn Fireball until I could.
Correct.
Okay.
You may only learn spells of a level you would have slots in if you were a 1/3 caster of your experience level. That's if you don't have a spell
There you
casting
go.
feature.
That was the rule I was looking for. Okay.
And you may learn a number of spells this way over the course of your career equal to half your spellcasting ability modifier. So whatever your spellcasting ability mod is, that's how many spells you can learn this way.
what if your effective spellcaster level is lower than 1/3 because you're doing some stupid multi-classing bullshit?
If you have the spellcasting feature, just use whatever spellcasting chart you've
Okay.
got. That 1/3 rule is only for people who don't have any spellcasting feature.
Yeah.
The last thing you could do is perfect a spell. Choose a spell that you know that can be scaled up. You'll do this DC 30 ability check using your spellcasting ability. Track the DCs for individual spells separately so you can make progress on perfecting multiple spells at a time. Once you've perfected a spell, you may cast it as though you had used a spell slot 1 level higher. So if you perfect Fireball, you can cast Fireball using a 3rd level slot, but get the benefit of having scaled it up to 4th level. Because you're really, really good at casting that 1 spell.
That's cool.
All right, none of that sounded too
many-
complicated. That all sounded like
How
it.
many of those can we do?
You may perfect a number of spells over the course of your career equal to half your spellcasting ability modifier, minimum of 1.
And it's round down, right? So the
Always
max will
round down,
always
yes.
be 2. Because we're not going to get +6. Well, I mean, I guess you could.
It could be a manual.
Yeah, always round down in this system. So basically, if you any downtime between adventures, you're going to be spending going to classes and doing social functions and things like that. And I'm going to try at least every 2 sessions, I think, to give you downtime to pursue one of these 8 things.
So does that mean we no longer have the ability to learn skills as downtime actions?
Correct. You won't have time for it, but you will be going to classes, and classes can make your skills better. So if you look on your class schedule, each class that you take will be associated with a particular skill. You'll see where it says subject, instructor, D4s, and then skill. So basically, you'll fill in 3 skills that you want to take classes. The actual class doesn't matter that much. You can call the class whatever you want. And you guys can be in the same class with the same instructor. You can also be in the same class, but have it associated with different skills, if that makes sense. The idea is once you pass your exam in a class, which will happen partway through year 1 when you level up the first time, if you ace the class, you get 2 D4s that you can use just like the guidance cantrip works on skill checks of that skill. If you pass the exam but don't ace it, which means you get 3 or 4 questions right, you get 1 D4. And if you fail, you failed. I'm going to make sure that these exams are very hard to fail. You're going to have to work really hard to fail one of these exams, I think. So by the end of the campaign, your character will have a bunch of skills that you can throw D4s on top of, just as though there was somebody following you around giving you a guidance cantrip.
But do we get proficiency in those skills?
No, they don't have to be skills you're proficient in. You don't gain proficiency in them. It's just a D4 you can throw on top of them. So you can either pick a skill that you are proficient in, or you can pick a skill that you're not proficient in.
Getting 2 D4 is basically getting proficiency.
But yeah,
So,
the idea is when you make a skill check, if you've passed the exam for that class, you can throw that D4 on that skill. You'll each also pick up to 2 extracurriculars. These are clubs that you join, and they give 2 skills but only 1 D4, and you just get them. You don't have to pass anything. So basically, you'll pick an extracurricular. You'll pick 2 skills that you can throw 1 D4 on. And when you use the D4 from that extracurricular, you just uncheck the box. That way you know you've used it.
Oh, we don't constantly get these added to everything.
No, just the particular skill. For example, if you put down drama club and you say that enhances your performance skill, you get a D4 once per long rest that you can throw on top of a performance check.
Oh, I see. Okay. And is it the same way for the skills in year 1, year 2, etc.?
Yes. The difference in each class will give 1 skill and have up to 2 D4s that you have to earn through passing your exam. Each extracurricular will give 2 skills, but only 1 D4 from that class.
And each of these are used per rest.
Per long rest. You
Per
can
episode.
either
Got it.
You can either take 2 extracurriculars, or you can take extracurricular and a work study. You'll have a job. The difference is jobs don't give you any D4s to use on skills, but it does pay you.
Can you use both of the D4s on the same check when you have a class? Or is it 1 per check?
So you're saying you have a skill in, say, your class, and then your extracurricular, you're making that check?
No, I'm saying I have I aced my exam, so I have 2 D4s per rest. Can I put them both on the same check?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
And you announce that before you make the check or after?
I don't police that too hard. I don't mind if you look at the check first.
Okay, cool. That's great.
Okay, so
that's kind of how guidance should work.
So pick 3, and you guys can discuss this amongst yourselves if you all want to be in the same class or not. The benefit of being in the same class together is when it comes time to take your exam, if you study together, you get advantage on your study rolls. So it's easier to study for an exam if you've got a study buddy. The book actually gives a ton of extracurricular activities if you want to go through them, or you can invent them. I'm mostly interested in what skills are going to be associated with.
All right, I will join the drama club for the sake of team cohesion, but I want to let it be known that I was not enthusiastic about it.
You were tricked into it.
Yeah.
We will make you enthusiastic about it.
So I'm just going to write down drama club right now.
Let me actually get to the...
My character's parents signed her up for everything, and she had no say in this, which is why she's in the drama club.
So I'm just going to read down the list of extracurriculars. I'm not, because some of them are pretty good. There's the Dead Languages Society, the Distinguished Society of Fine Artists, the Dragon Chess Club, Dragon's Guard Historical Society, which wouldn't be called that in this setting, I guess. Fantastical Horticulture Club, I assume they grow weed. Future Entrepreneurs of Strickhaven, the Intramural Gymnastics Club, Intramural Silk Ball Club, Water Dancing Club, Live Action Role Playing Guild.
Yeah.
Mage Tower Cheer Squad. Mage Tower is like an athletic event that there's a whole chapter on the book on.
Yeah, it's the big magic sport.
The Play Actors Drama Guild.
Okay, drama club.
That's
I
it.
guess that's
Play
us.
actor. We're in the play actors drama.
Now this
guild.
gives the book says this gives Arcana and Deception as skills, but I'm not going to police that. You just pick 2 skills that you're hoping you will learn through being members of the drama club. There's also the Strixhaven Ironlifters Society, Strixhaven Show Band Association, the Strixhaven Star, which is the campus newspaper, Student Mages of Faith, which would be a big one because of the church. Or if you want to come up with something on your own, that's fine too.
Okay, I think I got it.
And it's 2 skills for extracurriculars, you said?
It's 2 skills for an extracurricular, and you already have that D4 as long as you're in that club.
So the way does that work? Do we get 1d4 for each of the skills, or 1d4 that we can apply to either skill?
You get 1d4 per long rest that you can apply to either skill.
Okay,
Cool.
just double checking.
You don't start with your D4s in your classes. You have to pass exams before you earn those.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I've already joined the play actors drama club for Arcana and Insight.
Very important. Make sure that when you choose a class, you give it a class code. Otherwise, I'll never be able to find it in the directory. So I'm taking Mag 202, Applied Magical Theory.
I think I want to be the poor kid who has to have a job, so I'm gonna have to take a work study.
Okay.
Yeah.
So starting out, every week you're in work study, you make 5 gold a week.
Okay.
So you'll
So I
also
should put 5 gold in my wage right now.
Yes. Yeah, and then the wage box. Leave one of your subjects for year 1 blank, because I'm going to dictate that to you in session 1.
So we choose 2 subjects.
You'll choose 2 subjects, each one associated with 1 skill. If you fill in the instructor and tell me who they are, that'll make that your instructor. If you leave it blank, I will just have an NPC instructor. That's extracurriculars, where it says classmate. That's a person in the club that you have a relationship with. You'll put them in your relationship thing downstairs there. And you also have a coworker slot if you have a job on site. Where do you work? Do you know?
I have to do the most menial of menial labor you have available. Is there someplace I can dig ditches?
Here, let me pull up the.
The Strixhaven Stadium has a cleanup crew. So does the Performing Arts Society. You could be in drama club and then clean up after drama club.
Like, do they need just like muscle excavators at Darkwoods excavation? Like nothing cool. Just here's the rock from 2 miles down. Get it a quarter mile higher up.
Campus Grounds has a trash
Oh, they got
collector.
floating discs for that, I'm sure.
Sure.
I mean, you could just be like the cleanup crew in your dormitory.
No,
I want it to be a
think
little
campus-
more menial. I want it to be a little more physical than that.
Yeah, Campus Grounds. You can be a graffiti eraser, a lawn manicurist, a litter retriever, a sidewalk sweeper, a statuary repairer, or a trash collector.
Those feel the same.
Lawn
Let me look at this
manicurist.
book. Let me look at this book.
Yeah, if you
You
just
could
want
be
to
a
like
sidewalk sweeper.
haul detritus out of the archaeology pit, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's I'm gonna be hauler.
Be a hauler. Okay. And again, if you fill in your classmate or your coworker for your clubs or your job, then that you can just have that person as a relationship. If you don't fill them up, that's just the character that I will make. The book actually gives like 12 options for who your NPC buddy is, and I may or may not use them.
So should I create a character for coworker? Or, sorry, what do you want us with
If you
that?
want-
What do you want from us with that?
If you want to create a character for coworker, just give me give me their name and as much information as you want.
But we shouldn't pick our mentor.
No, I develop your mentors for you.
Okay. I just feel it would be interesting to meet the goth girl in chess club. I'll leave it blank.
Okay.
What classes are people taking? Because I think we should have some doubling up. Like, what skills do people want to improve?
I don't know.
I mean, I'll be in a class with one other person at some point, but I can probably fit whatever skill I need into whatever class people want to take. I am writing up an NPC right now.
Well, I picked up one for Arcana, and then I want to pick one that that she just doesn't belong in, like something like PE related.
Iron lifters. All right, I'm just going to read off the
Is
rules
there
that I have for studying and taking exams.
Is there a list of classes?
No, just pick the skill that you
Pick a
want
skill.
the class to be associated with,
Mhm.
and then tell me what class you think is appropriate for that skill. Tell me as much or as
Okay.
little as you want. If you just put the skill down and leave it blank, I'll come up with something for you.
Okay.
Probably you're not actually going to role play in these classes unless you specifically take as a downtime action a relationship scene with a character in that class.
Okay.
Kind of going to school and taking care of your classes. That's all kind of stuff you do in the background of the game. So when you have enough experience to level up, you'll take an exam in one of your current classes. You pick which one. And then passing the exam is a prerequisite for gaining your level. Before the exam, you decide how you want to study. If you have a study buddy, you make the associated skill checks with advantage. You can study normally. That's a skill check associated with the class. So if the skill you put down for the class is, say, athletics, you'll be making an athletics skill check. If you pass that check, you get a freebie on your exam. Second, you can choose to pull an all-nighter. That you make 2 independent skill checks with the class and get a freebie for each pass. You can go in with 2 if you pass both checks, but you have a level of exhaustion until after the exam. Or 3, you can try to cheat. That's a deception and a sleight of hand check, and then a third skill check, any skill you're proficient in and can justify. And if all 3 checks pass, you don't have to take the exam, you just ace it. And if any of them fail, you fail. None of you would cheat on your exams, right?
No.
Totally for cheating on exams. What?
So during the exam, I'm going to give you 5 questions pertaining to your subject. And you can spend one of your freebies that you got from studying to automatically answer a question right. The question's going to be multiple choice, and once per question, you can make a skill check to try to remove half of the possible answers. We've all seen Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You all know how that works.
It's the divine pencil.
Exactly. Yeah. Divine pencil. If you get fewer than 3 questions correct, you fail the exam, which means you don't level. You lose your extracurriculars and your job until you retake the exam and pass. You're in academic probation. If you get 3 or more questions correct, you pass the exam, you level up, and you can make use of one of your D4s. If you get all 5 questions correct, you ace the exam, and you can use both of your D4s.
Are we going to be answering questions on air?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
This is gonna be interesting.
It's going to be very stressful.
oh my goodness. I don't
Yeah,
want
I
to be a
get this
student
kind of stress in
again.
real life.
I watch my students go through this every time I write an exam, and I tell myself, I'm so glad I'm not doing that anymore. I don't know if I can handle it. So what am I doing in my free time? Pretending to suffer.
Yeah, I play D&D away from taking exams.
Yeah.
I might have to try to get Twin Harp working again so I can play the Persona exam week music for you.
Oh, I actually find that really relaxing. Like I'll just sit there and listen to that for a while.
Should I use the Jeopardy music instead?
No, you should use like Fear from Final Fantasy VIII.
Use the Sonic the Hedgehog drowning music.
Oh no.
That's only if you've only gotten 2 right and you're on question 5.
Does anybody want to
So
take
do you-
Deception?
Let me see. I've got parliamentary.
All right, so I put my coworker in the chat.
Ellen Veritas. Okay, that sounds familiar. So she's down there hauling with you?
Yeah, and she has completely the wrong idea of what line of work she's in right now.
She thinks she's doing archaeology work?
Yeah.
Fair enough. So add Ellen
gotta start
Veritas to your list of relationships. So that's a character you
Okay.
can develop a relationship with. We should
I want to make sure I got this right. Was it Play Actors Drama Club?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, are we supposed to be creating characters for the instructors of these classes? What do we need to fill in for my schedule?
You can if you want to. If you leave it blank,
Okay.
I'm gonna look at your character sheets throughout this week, and anything that's
Yep.
blank on that relationship card,
Okay.
I will fill in.
Example.
I have no shortage of NPCs standing at the ready. If you look at their relationship chart, it says name, relationship, points, and then boon and bane. Points, that's going to be a score from -3 to 3. So a 0 with in a relationship, that's like a passing acquaintance. That's somebody that you kind of know. Once you go, you'll take it as a downtime action. You'll say like, I want to have a relationship encounter with this character. And when you do that, you'll either go up 1 point or down 1 point. If you go up to 1, that person's now your friend. You have advantage on social roles whenever that person's like available and involved in what you're doing. If you go down to -1, they're like your frenemy, right? Which gives you disadvantage on social roles. If you go,
sorry.
what's the question?
No, I was going to completely off topic.
Okay. If you go up to 2, that's your good friend. They have your back, and you record their boon in your relationship chart. If you go down to -2, they're your rival. They're out to get you, and you record their bane instead. If you go to level 3 on a relationship, that person is your bestie or your romantic partner. You record their boon, and they're available to go with you on missions because they want to be around you all the time. If they go down to -3, that means they're like obsessed with you. You record their bane, and you can still recruit them to go on missions because they can't wait for the opportunity to show you up in the field.
So is this like Persona in the sense that once they reach the max level, you never have to talk to them again?
I mean, if you want. They're going to be NPCs that are still in the world.
Your relationships
yeah.
go down over time.
Yeah, I mean, does stuff decay back to 0, I guess?
And if there's like extreme situations, I might, but it's not my intention
Okay.
now. My intention is
Okay.
you will decide which characters you want to develop and in which direction. So when you record somebody's boon, that's a positive thing that you can count on that NPC for. Like there's an example in the book, like one of the girl who's in the Iron Lifters Guild, I think, like her thing is like she'll help you move kind of thing. Like whenever you need anything heavy moved, people from the Iron Lifters Club will show up to help you. That's her boon. And then a bane is the opposite. It's the thing that an NPC tries to destroy you with. And hers is like, heavy things show up in inconvenient places, such as in front of your dorm door.
She just like she just moves a couch in front of your door before a test.
Now, there's obvious reasons to have a boon, like it's good stuff. That's an NPC is willing to help you out. The book does not give any reason why you'd ever want a bane. And
Well, it's just fun.
So I've decided in this game, if the bane from your NPC comes into play and it like ruins something for you, you can claim it as a blip at the end of the session.
Nice.
So if you go towards boons, you've got a character who's going to give you advantage and will go adventuring with you. If you go towards bane, you have characters going to make your life harder, but you can claim as a blip.
Are we allowed to suggest rivals or something like that? I actually, from the list of NPCs that you gave other players, I've already found one that's going to be my rival.
And you're not limited to just the NPCs on your list. Like if you decide you want a relationship with any NPC in the campaign, you just add them and say, I want to go on a, like, have my relationship encounter with them.
Oh, so I can like actively make progress towards rival.
Yes.
If I wanted to.
In fact, you have to. There's no mechanics for it. Like you have to tell me
Okay.
that you're
You're going
towards
down,
rival.
Kitty Bray.
Yeah.
I'm the artificer on campus.
Raz.
Yeah.
Help me make a bullshit class code for Introduction to Magical Biology taught by Tiffany Chubb.
So MBio 106.
Thank you.
Well, if it's introduction, it'd be 101.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Actually,
Like
it'd be
101 might be
100.
101 might be remedial. 102 might be like the lab or whatever.
All right, if anyone wants to join me, I am in the third slot, Introduction to Magical Biology with Tiffany Chubb.
Yeah,
what
does
sure.
it
skill?
teach,
What
though?
skill is that?
I put it as medicine, but whatever you can justify, right? That's the way
Yeah.
this works.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Oh, I see.
police that too hard.
Okay.
You tell me what skill and then what class it is, and I'm fine with that. A lot of this is
Okay.
just like background flavor stuff anyway. So
I'm taking one course on investigation, one course on perception.
Sorry, what did you call this, Destel?
It's Introduction to Magical Biology.
Okay, and then so you had a perception one, and what was it called? I'll just make up course numbers here.
Who are we talking to?
Cyrus.
What? Oh, I'm doing my
Oh,
own
if
thing.
he's not, you're also a teacher. You could do this.
Where
Mike,
where
of course, I was
exactly
looking
is? Remind me again where Strixhaven is on this map.
It is roundabouts in these hills here.
Okay. Uvaria?
Let me
Your
just.
Yeah.
Urvalia.
It would be
There
in
you go.
Urvalia is the name of the province. that
What's the? Is there a name of this mountain range?
There's not. Would you like to give it one?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
What am I looking on here? Okay.
All right. I'm gonna take so we're gonna put Tiffany Chubb as the teacher there. I've got parliamentary debate for insight. And I've got Introduction to Magical Biology taught by Tiffany Chubb for survival.
Okay.
And for my extracurriculars, we've got Play Actors Drama Club. And I've got the Graphic Design Club.
Okay.
So I need another class code here. We have the geological history of the Ondarian Mountains.
Sounds like a very dry class.
It does. I think my character hates
History
that
of
one.
the what? What is it?
Ondarian Mountains, which is the mountain range. I'm naming the mountain range we're in.
Can you spell it?
Aurandan.
There, I doctored it a little bit for you. Geo.
I like that. Yeah.
I'm not sure what I feel like parliamentary debate would just be called parliamentary debate.
Ooh, I like yours better. I was doing like campus research techniques for investigation. I'm gonna do that one instead. MAI. 201.
Identifying magical fraud. I like that too. That's also kind of
can
what Veritas
can
was doing.
Mage Tower be a class?
Mage Tower.
If I wanted to do athletics,
Yeah, no problem. That's fine.
should I do undervarsity Mage Tower? What would the entry level be?
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't go to college, so I don't know anything about it.
Me, I mean, I went to university, but I didn't do any sports.
It's a sport, right? So it's I know it's junior varsity and varsity, but
JV. Okay, so JV Mage Tower. Would that get a class code, guys?
Oh, it could. What sport is it?
Mage Tower.
because JV.
I'll call it athletics. So athletics.
Yeah.
139.
So there's a whole chapter of the adventure about Mage Tower, but the book is still kind of thin on like what the actual game is like.
So, all right, Brick Road.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a suggestion here.
Yeah.
We played the game. We played a game that would be perfect in Ravenloft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Like in the Kavari village.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh yeah, that like Katamari hell.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind, but that didn't use any magic. That was just you guys drinking a lot.
That is a magic in and of itself.
It could use magic. Like it's just that it's the same exact game except there's no fucking rules for like what the
It started snowing again here.
Oh,
And
no.
just leave your third subject for year one blank because I'm going to impose that
Oh,
upon
oops. Oh, okay.
you. You're all going to
Hey,
be the same.
Should we put
Cyrus,
the
do you have
skill
an
in it, or are
instructor?
you assigning the skill?
I'll assign the skill. I'll give you.
Okay.
I'll give you a couple options in session one and what it could be.
Well, I
Cyrus,
guess.
do you have a
Oh,
do you have
okay,
the
so
skill
we're
or
not-
instructor name?
I guess I'm not in JV Mage Tower then.
You could put that as your extracurricular if you wanted.
That's being taken up by the drama club, unfortunately.
You might just have to wait till year two then.
Yeah.
Take it next year.
yeah,
So we
JV
need to
class.
have we need to have two extracurriculars and two classes, right?
2 classes and then either 2 extracurriculars or an extracurricular and a work study.
Ah, okay.
Your
Sorry,
work study
Steve,
won't
know
have a
the-
skill associated, but you will get paid for it.
What's
And-
that, Rose?
Do you know the instructor name for either of those?
I will come up with one.
Okay, because I mean, I think it has to match if I'm taking it with yours.
The intent,
What
my
about
intention-
classmates for the extracurriculars? Can we throw anyone in there, or what do you want us? How do we do something with that? This is for non-players, right?
Yeah, it's for non-player characters. So I actually have some in the book. Like, what extracurricular did you take? The drama club?
I'm in the Play Actors Drama Club for some reason.
We don't know why. Let's see. Who is in the book is in the Play Actors Drama Club. I mean, I think Timmett is in every possible club, probably. Like, he joined all of them. Yeah, the book gives tons of, like, student NPCs that I may or may not use.
Ferniscan Unification War, war history.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, like the example it gives here is Rubina Larkingdale is in the Play Actors Drama Guild.
Do we know anything about her?
Let's see here. When she orates, one can almost imagine a hardened general marshaling her bloodied and exhausted troops for a final push against a far superior foe.
Was Mockingvale?
Larkingdale.
Larkingdale. I'm putting her in my co-student and throwing her in relationships. That's the way this works, right?
Oh, yeah. All right.
Do we all have to use the same? Should we all use the same one?
No, you can if you want, but you don't have to. There's going to be a bunch of people in this club.
Gotcha.
And wages are generally 5 gold a week.
It's going to be 5 gold a week,
On board.
and I might
Okay.
if you work the same job for a long time, or you get a better job with better expertise. It's my intention to, like, the gold you get from your wages is going to be all the gold you have for spending money.
Quad food vendor.
Do we have? And it's either or. When it comes to that takes place of a extracurricular, correct?
Correct. You'll have 2 extracurriculars or an extracurricular and a work study.
Gotcha. That's just double checking.
Sorry, I need to go back to the classmates on extracurriculars. Where did you generate those from?
I got
Somebody was
that.
saying
That
something about a
came
book.
out of the Strixhaven book. There's a bunch of them.
Oh, I'm gonna need to get this book.
Or you can put down one that you've come up with, or you can just leave it blank, and I have no problem just generating one.
Oh, you have the book. You can generate it from your book. That
Yeah,
works.
I'm
What-
just gonna leave that.
I'll leave it up to you.
All right, I have mine on there.
So you're using the classmates right out of the book?
Yeah, for mine.
All right, no problem.
Rubina Larkindale and Nora Ann Wu.
Oh, I guess Nora Ann Wu is your RA.
In the
Who's
Distinguished
teaching
Society of
Professional
Artists.
Medical biology.
Chubb.
Oh, hold on. What was the? Sorry, what was the? So Chubb. What was the first name?
I think it was Tiffany.
Tiffany.
Yeah.
Tiffany
Tiffany
Chubb.
Chubb. No relation.
Okay, I'm just going back to edit that so that you have that there.
All right, I got my stuff. Parliamentary debate.
Rex
no,
Armada is teaching Ferniscan War Unification history. Unification War history.
Is that in here? Okay, so hist.
Yeah.
229.
Trouble,
Actually,
can you
if-
remind me how to make a character in Beyond? Because the optional features are just such a nightmare to track down individually by hand on Ranger.
Yeah, you do.
I just can't get it added to the campaign to actually see the stuff that's on it.
I will go back and make I will add all these classes to one document later.
Cool.
You should just be able to go to My Characters, create a character.
Did that, but then I don't
and-
get any optional features, which I think means it doesn't think I have any books.
You might
okay.
have joined Treble's
Yeah,
campaign.
right, exactly. And then there's a way to do that. I just don't remember how.
I'm going to
Uh,
put my email address in the chat. I'm going to need all these character sheets shared with that email address.
Way ahead of you.
Oh yeah, I don't know who to share it with.
That's my
it,
my
thank you.
alternate email address. It's not my main email address. And I'm not saying it on stream, and none of you are allowed to either.
Share with
Big Dick 6969 at
What did I just say? And it's Big Dick Energy 69.
right.
I think if you click that
Yeah,
decil,
okay,
it will...
that's what I needed. Thank you.
You want permission as an editor, right?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to edit anything, or
Well,
at least
you're
like.
going to add in my instructors and like classmates and stuff, right?
Oh, I could. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so I'm going to give you permission to do that. I think I did that correctly.
Fantastic. Let's see.
Here, I think that probably did it.
I
Aw.
very rarely give people editing rights. Like, as the instructor, my students can look, don't touch. Like, so I'm not sure if I actually did this correctly.
Mine's gonna be. It's gonna say copy of Flumph 7 character sheet because I didn't put my name in there, but I have fixed that now. So
I have, yeah, I just I got mine just says
I
McDowell
did do
Flumph
that.
7.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I
Thank
am
you, Trouble.
Still,
I've got everybody's beautiful. Thank you so much.
I am still filling crap in. So
Oh, there you are. I
bleh.
can see you. Okay. Can you
Yeah.
edit it? Hey, why are all my ability scores 3? No, I'm just.
So I've got Geppa, I've got Alistair Artifix, Genevieve. That's Raz's. I don't need you open. Go away.
I think that's Gerard. I think that's pronounced Gerard. The name is like vaguely French,
Sure.
and you know how they are with vowels.
Everybody's going to call you Leo. You're aware of that?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So what are we starting with for equipment?
PHP?
Yeah, whatever
Yeah.
you get from your class and your background in the PHP. You only start with money if the PHP says you do.
Yep.
Okay, so can't
There's like
really
a
buy those.
there's like a dice range for your class. Like,
Yep.
do you just take the maximum or the minimum or the average?
I think you roll some dice.
Yeah, I think you
Oh,
gotta
we
roll some dice.
actually roll dice. What a novel concept. Hold on, I gotta do that then.
It's not like you're rolling your hit point max or anything. It's not
Now,
I
stupid.
know.
to be clear, you're not going to have to pay for like your living expenses. You're going to stay in the dorms. Like you can eat in the
5d4.
in the cafeteria. Like you're going to have access to clothes, food, medicine, housing. That's taken care of. There is a tavern and a cafe on campus that you will need money to go to if you want. There's other, and if you want to buy any equipment above and beyond what you get for your classes. For example, we got one fighter in this group that's going to need to scrape together plate armor from somewhere.
Well, luckily, there's an artificer in the group, and I guess
I could learn how to make that, I suppose. Yeah. Well, literally, she's an armorer.
yeah,
So.
or she will be.
One day.
If she passes her perception exam with her giant thick glasses.
All right, let's see. Do I care about any of these? I guess I'll put, yeah.
So I got that.
Hey, Chris, question for you. Maybe you might know the answer to this.
Sure.
I know officer candidates in the Navy are called midshipmen. What are they called in the Marine Corps? Are they also midshipmen or?
Probably not midshipman. I can tell you real fast.
I forgot to add all this stuff.
All right, so I'm just going to go through characters. I'm looking at character profiles now. So your alignment, ideal, your flaw, and your bond.
Oh gosh, I hadn't even gotten that far yet.
Sorry, it's only 5 o'clock. We still got 2 hours. We got so much time still. Do you want to introduce Geppa to everybody, Destel?
Sure. So Geppa is a Simic hybrid male. Looks roughly human, but he has like kind of almost unnaturally cold dark skin, black hair with strange metal silvery highlights, obviously metal eyebrows, and little bits of metal exposed elsewhere on his skin, though most of the rest of it he can easily cover with clothing. He is chaotic neutral. Why shouldn't I just do what I want when I can? His ideal is when I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me. And his flaw is I can take the better of me. His bond is Prismari is the only home I have ever known. He is physically he appears to be about 13 or 14, but I think he's actually about 4 because he was made in some hideous magical experiment, and the exact details of which I either haven't finished or I don't know how interested Brick is in getting into it. So
He was grown in a vat.
yeah, definitely super illegal magic, made from metals illegally mined from meteorites that fell in Brennanine during the war.
What I like about this character
Wolverine
is that
metal grafted into his bones.
you've designed a character here that would not get along with San at all.
Yeah, I'm a little worried he might play kind of like San, but he's definitely going to end up being a hybrid fighter mage, but we'll see.
I meant
Yeah,
more
he
like
wouldn't get along with San at all, though.
personality. Why shouldn't I do what I want? We do what we must because we can. All right, you haven't listed your equipment and stuff yet?
The rules take forever because Rangers are such a mess.
Rangers are a mess. Okay.
So like I've got most of it written down, but I have to actually go through and do the step-by-step character creation.
So Geffa is taking a history and survey of the Arandian Mountains and introduction to magical biology in the Play Actors Drama Club, and works as an archaeology hauler.
Yep.
All right.
And then I don't know. My vision for the character is that he is too poor to actually afford the school, and some amount of his wages have to go towards admission. I don't know if you want to do anything with that, but that's my vision of the character. Is that's why he has a job. I don't want him to actually be at all affluent because of it.
I would think that's probably true for some students, but I feel like any students, by the time you get a class level, you're probably distinguished enough that they're willing to.
I could get a scholarship,
right?
Okay.
So, like this is something you can change going forward. Like if you play for a while and you decide, oh, I don't need to have this job. Like I got this scholarship and everything's paid for. Then you can drop the job and pick up an extracurricular. You can change your extracurriculars at any time. It just swaps out the skills that you have associated. It also gives. It says in the book there's weird rules about how like you can end like a friendship or a romantic relationship at any time, no questions asked. And I'm like, it's kind of not how it works in real life, though.
Not at the high school level, anyway.
It doesn't say in the book like you just start ghosting these people, but that's essentially what it says. You can just start ghosting the NPCs. All right. Oh, and of course, I will need a 16 or 32-bit, no, an 8 or a 16-bit.
Yeah, I'm
graphic to represent these characters. All right, let's go over to.
I know exactly.
Alistair here. Alistair has an AI-generated anime priest in his character portrait.
It's a wizard, not a priest.
Looks like he's holding a Bible and he's wearing vestments.
Yeah.
That's definitely not a Zapper Keeper he's holding.
It looks like it could be leather. Yeah, I'll have to tweak him now.
I'm just taking a look to see if... Oh, and Geppa didn't need to pick any spells yet, right? Rangers don't worry about spells at first level?
Yeah, level 2.
I got a bunch of spells from feats and background, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I
have them all written down. Again, I'm just building a ranger is kind of a nightmare.
So I've got Alistair in Identifying Magical Fraud and Magical Secrets, in Drama Club and the Distinguished Society of Fine Artists. What kind of art does he do?
He is a painter as well as a musician.
Okay.
Maybe we'll find some magical paint this time.
We don't have a character profile for Alistair yet. You picked chaotic good.
He's chaotic good. He is he's from a noble house. He's like a bookish, innocent, wants to help everybody child. It's super drama, art nerdy.
How old is Alistair? Do you know?
If he's got to be a teenager, he's gonna be 13.
13. So what I like about Alistair is you've kind of the same kind of character as Al Sahar, except not a jerk about it.
He just wants to help people.
Just wants to help people. Of course. So Rez has selected just a screenshot from Lorelei and the laser eyes.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna use the little picture of when she's speaking, like the 8-bit sprite. I'm gonna use that as my avatar in the game.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
This is not how
I
you
have to-
spell quintessence, but I like I appreciate the attempt. An attempt was
I
made.
get, yeah.
It's spelled like quintessence, but I always pronounce it quintessence. It's not super important. It's not
Where did I misspell this?
on Magic Source at the top of your.
I mean, quintessence just sounded like something that already existed. So there you go.
Quintessence medicine woman.
Oh, great question.
Yep.
Do I have to like describe this? I don't know if I'm reading it aloud or like what am I doing?
Well, no, Chris has a question for me.
Oh, is the human voice considered a musical instrument?
That would be considered performance. That would be singing. So that wouldn't be a tool proficiency. That would just be performance.
Okay.
All right, I've got Genevieve in Applied Magical Theory and Magical Secrets. She's in Drama Club and Dragon Chess Club. So do we want Drama Club as like a cornerstone of the campaign?
Yes.
I
Okay.
feel like it should be. Yeah.
Listen, we had somebody made a dumb joke, and you know how that goes.
It got out of
It's
hand.
got out of
It
hand.
stuck. We immediately latched onto it.
I think our idea is a dramatization of the unification war on in our final year. That's the vision that I saw when I
You can't
when I heard
until the
this
script
stuff.
drops off a random encounter halfway across the world.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
don't-
it's
do
exactly like
that.
part of this work is going to be finding the proper script to do it. So this gag expanded from rewatching the producer's musical.
God, okay.
Yeah, so
Do you want to tell us about Eugenia's character profile or Genevieve's character profile?
I see why you said that.
Yeah. It'll become
Okay.
apparent.
Yeah, it'll become very apparent. Okay, so Genevieve is an artificer. Her alignment is chaotic good. Everything has an explanation. I bet I could figure it out. Her ideal is what would Eugenia Veritas do? Because she is obsessed with her at a very, very fundamental level. Like, she knows nothing about her hero other than she's smart. And
I'm going to
then
assume
Flaw-
that very few people in the world know a lot about Eugenia Veritas.
But like her research is apparently well known, and like it's
She
like
was
when you're a kid and you idolize Einstein. Like you just know the formula and the name,
Mhm.
right? Like that's where she's kind of at, but she's probably a little bit above that. Flaw, this wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam. So she's just gonna panic.
So is there going
Whenever
to be a
something goes-
scene where Genevieve is running across the quad with like a piece of toast dangling out of her mouth?
What I anticipate is that if I roll poorly, she's just gonna get flustered, and that's gonna make everything miserable for her afterward. Like, oh god, I forgot the most. How do I add numbers? Like, I don't know. Just total meltdown.
All right.
All right.
And you're working on putting down your equipment and stuff. So you got your armor of gleaming over here.
I think I have everything done. I'm not sure.
Leopold Girard. In Parliamentary Debate and Introduction to Magical Biology. What do you do? What's the graphic design club? What do they do?
Oh, graphic design is their passion. That's as far as I got with it.
Okay.
If I'm gonna be totally honest, it's just like like how to like what is aesthetically pleasing for. It's like the art aspect. Like he figured like he didn't really want to be in Prismari, but like he figured would at least dedicate his extracurriculars to kind of seeing their point of view. So it's just, graphic design. What is aesthetically pleasing on signs? What catches the eye? What is, there you go. What is, like, what is the term? Like negative space, the rule of 3, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Oh, the golden ratio.
Yeah, the golden ratio.
And you're working on your profile still?
The short
Uh,
pencils.
You're talking about my alignment, aspect, and flaw?
Yeah.
My alignment is lawful good. Everyone has a place and purpose. My aspect is I might fail, but I will never give up.
That's your ideal?
Yeah.
Okay.
My ideal. And my flaw is only one of us can be the best, and it's clearly me.
Clearly.
I just haven't gotten to fill in all that in. I'm still filling stuff in.
Sure. And then I've got Hugo Waters.
Hugo, not Hugo.
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 So you're taking Ferniscan Unification War History, Introduction to Magical Biology, and you're in the drama club. What kind of food do you sell in the quad? Like what do you man like?
Depends on season.
Okay. Well, we're gonna be starting.
Like
We're gonna be starting class in winter, I think.
Okay, then it's probably something like something warm, like teas, coffee.
Now, here's the question:
soup.
Do you work at? There's actually a cafe.
Is there? I did
Yes,
not know.
there's a cafe in the central campus. Let me pull it up here. I have a map of it, but I don't want to show the actual map until the first until the first session. It's called the Fire Jolt Cafe.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you could work there as like a barista.
Yeah.
Or you could have like the Fire Jolt could have like a stall on the other side of the quad from the cafe where you just like you have to kind of constantly keep it stocked and running back and forth with jugs of tea.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, there's like 2 hangout spots in the central college. There's the cafe and then there's a tavern. I think of this collectively as like the Max.
I don't get the reference.
You fail at being a '90s kid. That's where
I guess I do.
That's where they all hung out and Saved by the Bell.
Okay. I actually don't know a whole lot about Saved by the Bell.
I've only seen every episode 713 times.
I have not.
It has been a minute for me too.
Yeah, me too. I just remember that. Like,
You want to tell us about Hugo?
Let's see. What do I got here? His alignment is neutral good. Just be excellent to your fellow man. His ideal is the peace hard won must be preserved. I need to rewrite that. That sounds very strange.
I got it.
And my flaw is I'm the biggest mark in Fernisco.
Did you say Mark or Narc?
Mark.
Okay.
As
Two
in
very different feels there.
No.
So as usual, at the end of the session, you'll be able to claim your alignment ideal flaw to gain up to 3 blips. I'm also allowing you to claim a bane from one of your relationships. If it comes into play in a session, you can claim a blip for a bane. Blips are going to work exactly the same as they did in the previous campaign. The only difference is 2 small differences. First, if you decide to relax as your downtime action, I'm sorry, not relax, chillax as your downtime action. Very important to get that word right. You can gain a little token that reduces the cost of your next blip expenditure by 1. So you can get the 2 blip feature for 1, the 4 blip feature for 3, etc. The other change is in the previous campaign, blips would power your magic items in some way. You had artifacts that you had to spend blips to use, and there will be nothing like that in Strixhaven. So slightly less book work when it comes to your blips. And everybody's going to start with 0 blips, and I did put a box on your character sheet next to your like class information where you can just put the number of blips you have. You don't have to import it as a custom magic item or anything goofy.
All right, Brick. There's a more appropriate picture for you.
Oh, no, it's the same kid, but he's playing a violin. I like his dramatic cape. Do we know who this person is yet?
That is Alistair Artifacts.
Mhm.
He is chaotic good. A good deed is his own reward. His ideal is that the glass is always half full. His flaw is, I just wanted to help.
Okay.
Oh no, he's the chaos gremlin this time.
And you went with 2 extracurriculars and no work study.
Yes.
Does being a noble give you money from your background?
It gives me 25 gold, and then I still have to do my other gold and equipment and spells.
Okay. Yeah, let's make sure you get all your spells and stuff selected and finalized this week.
Okay, let's see.
Can I do like inventory stuff after? If I don't finish it, like I have so much to wade through.
You'll finish it. We still have 90 minutes.
Oh, I hope so.
Do you need help with your
where-
inventory stuff? What else? What all do you need?
It's just a long list of little tiny things to just check off to make sure I've done it.
Okay.
So,
All right, starting equipment.
oh, you know what I could do? I do have a question for you. So I have this feature called library access.
Yeah.
I have a working knowledge of my cloisters, personnel, and bureaucracy, and you know how to navigate those connections with some ease. Additionally, you are likely to gain preferential treatment at other libraries across the realms as professional courtesy shown to a fellow scholar. I don't know how that would work, other than I guess like I'm gonna always be in the library and they're gonna like me.
Put this down because one of the downtime actions you take is conduct independent research.
Uh-huh.
That's a DC 30 intelligence check that gets easier the
Yep.
more you fail it. I'll give you advantage on those rolls
Okay.
from your background.
Advantage on research rolls.
When you finally succeed on one, you gain a piece of magical lore and you can cash that in later. You just have like one abstract piece of information that on an adventure you just cash it in
Okay.
and it becomes
then
useful.
I'm gonna say specifically that's in the Strixhaven library, or can I just do this anywhere?
That's specifically for this downtime action, which would be
which I guess
here on
has
campus.
to be in the Strix. Okay. Okay. So I'm trying to shorten this because of carriage returned. And
Very unlikely you guys will be taking downtime actions anywhere but at school. I plan on
Okay,
doing
so
most
that-
of the adventuring in and around school. You're only going to go to Ravenloft like twice.
Mm-hmm.
That means we get to come back, so that's a bonus.
Maybe it does. Okay.
So, question.
Yeah.
Monk, one of their class features is your AC is equal to your when you're not wearing armor,
Mhm.
your AC is equal to your Dex mod 10 plus your Dex mod plus your Wisdom modifier. Is that now Constitution?
No, that's going to remain wisdom because I don't see that as a magical aspect of being a monk.
Okay.
I see that as
Oh, that's like-
That's like perception and ability to move based.
you know what
Yeah.
your enemy's going to be before they are, kind of thing. So that's going to remain wisdom.
Brick with Bardic Inspiration. It's initially based on charisma. Is that based on Constitution, Alphaga Blood?
No, we're going to keep that on charisma because it's not necessarily magical. You're just an inspiring person when you're using your music or whatever. So keep that based on your charisma.
Okay.
I realize there's going to be a lot of little edge cases like this, so I'm glad you guys are catching them and asking about them. And if we find one that you didn't ask about and we have to change it later, it's not the end of the world. Like, it won't break anything. Nothing will go bad with it.
Okay. I think I've got that in there.
All right.
Let's see.
Man. I feel like I have an AC of 19. Suck it, Benedict. You wish you were this good.
That's a really big AC.
19. Like I feel like I've done something wrong.
Your AC's already 19 at level 1?
Yeah.
Roughmeister?
Well,
He-
because I
he-
took medium armor mastery for a bonus feat,
And he's got a shield on.
and I have a
assume.
shield, so I have 16 dexterity.
So,
Why is this thing calculating my HP wrong?
Are you adding in toughness? Is
I said I was a level 1 ranger with 20 con, and that is all I have done. It's giving me 6 hit points for Prismari student for some reason.
oh, because your starting level.
go up to where's the starting level and select 1.
Thank you.
It's
Yeah.
it's basically.
I was going to ask
saying
what that
you're
box was, and I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think this is done. What else do I need to put on?
All right. What proficiency do I have on saving throws?
All right,
I'm gonna
so
call Scholar's Robe school uniform.
Each of the colleges has their own colors for their uniforms, but I don't know where they're located in the book.
It's going to be whatever Wooburg colors they are, I guess. Which is
Let's see, does it
which
just
for
They would
Prismari
necessarily
is
follow
what-
that.
I'm just.
I mean, they would be red blue if that's it. They
Is it?
probably
Yeah, that's what I
do.
was thinking. Yeah,
They probably do. Let's be real.
it's magic. Yeah, it's going to be. Is it in some way?
I guess I can.
Oh,
look
I'm looking at
just
the.
look
I'm looking
artwork.
at the official art, and that's garish. Holy shit! And it is red blue in the most contrasting
It
and
is red
garish
blue,
way
yeah.
possible.
Also, each of the colleges has their own like little like mascot buddy that you could use if you have like find familiar.
Yep.
And the one for Prismari are like these little like elemental guys.
Oh my god, this is like a sports patch.
Wait, hold on. I gotta see what this is.
Hold on. I got it. Give me 1 second to get on Scryfall.
So what is this?
Graphic design is my passion.
Why is every word radioactive?
Oh, we posting
Because graphic design is his passion.
I didn't realize his passion was murdering people with neutrons.
So Destel, you want a metal slime?
Yeah.
McDowell, you want this Dark Knight guy?
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Oh, are we
Yeah,
doing
he-
that right now? I actually have to go down to get my laptop so I can cut that picture out.
Chris has,
Uh,
has
Can't
a
find it
generic
online.
like Final Fantasy 3 looking bard, I think.
So
The
where is
record
it?
keeper board.
Okay.
Until I find something better.
So everybody's got
Sprites are really good.
we've got equipment filled in, spells. Make sure you're tracking ammo. I'm gonna make you dorks track ammo.
I don't use ammo. I have innate blood magic.
You used enough ammo in the last campaign.
Yeah, I
to
used enough
last-
ammo in the last campaign
Yeah, you've
to
earned
last
a
me the
break.
rest of my life.
You've earned yourself a break.
Like, I have a longbow and some arrows, and can I just sell that? Like, seriously, because I need a spell. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't have the spell casting feature. What do I use? Do I need a component pouch to cast my firebolt? How does that actually work?
Where did you get
Can't
fire
trip
from?
Firebolt.
Prismari student.
Don't cantrips not require a spellcasting focus? Isn't
Depends
that
on.
Oh, I definitely have components.
Does Firebolt have a component?
Firebolt specifically might not, though. So Shillelagh, the component is the staff, so that's
Yeah, yeah.
fine.
Firebolt, verbal somatic. No,
Excellent.
no
All right.
material component.
Oh no.
What about
back below
shield? Does shield have a component?
uh-uh.
All right, I'm good. I don't
Better
need to worry
not.
about components then.
All right. I'm looking at the pixel remaster sprites here for Final Fantasy 3, and I'm thinking I just want to be
All right,
I'm looking at-
Steam
I'm
going
looking-
to yell at me for playing 2 games in 2 places. You are logged onto another computer playing tabletop. I thought that might be the problem, so I will be back. I mean, I will stay on the call, but I have to disconnect from this so I can get this sprayed out of here.
All right, I think I have all this. I just have to compile it into the sheet.
Okay.
Ranger 1. My weapons are quarterstaff.
I'm trying to find a pixel remaster for FF3 sprite sheet. Give me a moment. That's not blurry as shit.
The Spriters resource probably has. I mean, they have all the record keeper stuff. I know for sure. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's
Pixel
blurry.
It's blurry.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That is weird for Spriters resource. They're usually on point.
Okay, so how much damage does a shillelagh do?
It's 1d8 plus your spellcasting modifier, I do believe.
Thank you.
I'm going to assume, too, that the equipment that you put on your character sheet, that's like the stuff that you have in your pack if you have to go adventuring off campus somewhere. I'm not going to assume you're literally carrying,
Yep.
like, climbing spikes and 10 days of rations all over campus.
Do we have roommates? I guess we'll find out.
We'll find all that out. That's a session 1.
Dang it.
I still have to make my cheat sheet for all this.
How do you do plus con mod on the programmatic sheet?
You
For a
change
die
it from
roll?
Change it from STR mod to con mod.
For a die roll, how do I enter die mod as
Oh, you
1d8 plus?
Look
you're
at
doing it
the
in quotes because you're just
Okay.
adding the text to read.
yeah. Just look at the section where it says weapons and spells, and this one in there has it, and you just change it there.
Yeah, you just change it to con mod and the formula up there.
What are
Okay.
the dimensions of the sprite?
Don't worry
32 by
about
32?
dimensions. Just send it to me. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Well,
You
I
better
mean,
do a nice linear scale. You've never not done a linear scale. I'm not worried about it.
Well, I mean, I just realized mine's rectangular, so I'm just gonna leave it up to your artistic
Yeah,
intuition
I'll take care of
to
it.
figure something out. But there you go.
I got the Photoshop skills that pay the bills over here.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I can work with this.
Yeah. I just love that sprite so much that I
Sorry,
had to use
not
it.
Photoshop. I use Affinity now. Oh, I said a bad word.
Ew. Okay, I can turn the laptop. I don't know if you could hear the Lorelei computer churning away, like that, making all the
See, what am I
boot up
doing?
noises.
Let's see.
Because my laptop speaker was on.
So I've got 3 Final Fantasy sprites, a metal slime, and a Lorelei headshot.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, I need to get back into this account logged in from. Oh God, I don't even.
All right. It is tempting to actually
Just do this.
show in folder. It's actually tempting to be the my boy the short the booty shorts fighter, but I'm gonna be short shorts monk.
Can't be a booty shorts fighter. That was Orson.
Yeah, I know,
We-
which
we-
is why I'm not
it's like-
picking it.
It's like when you retire a number.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
So this
and nobody can be 34.
that is the
I-
best version
That
of
is
that sprite I
blurry.
can. It is, yeah. That's the one I want of the ones, but like I can't.
What game is this
find a-
from?
It's Pixel Remaster for 3.
What class is that?
Monk.
I mean, if you have an endgame file, you could just boot it up and change class.
Yeah, I can screen grab one that'll be better than that.
Yeah,
That
but
was
like,
extremely blurry.
I'll make
Yeah.
it work for you. It will not look blurry when it hits the table next week, I promise.
Well, it will look blurry, but for other reasons.
yeah, I want.
Like-
I think that's the you've put in an attack command in their
Yeah.
pose.
All
What
right.
on earth? I hit friends only, and I have a second friend playing on tabletop.
You don't
Equipment.
have 2 friends. Come on.
I have 2 friends. No, look at this. Like, this is normally I only see one thing. And I was like, what the hell? Who is this? And it turns out a buddy of mine in England is playing with a friend.
Are you actually going to use a great axe, McDowell? Are you going to?
Yep.
Cool. That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, we're rocking some D12s
There
this
we
time
go.
around.
Oh, I really like great axes.
I'm going to axe you a question.
All right.
All right, let me go over all of my notes and make sure I hit everything. We talked about sources of magic. Everybody selected theirs. We talked about the 5 colleges. You guys selected Prismari. So your dean of Prismari College is actually the founder of Prismari College. He was an old monk, hundreds of years old, a heretic from the church. He lived up in the North Warren Mountains somewhere. Came down when the country was in turmoil. Joined the resistance during. I guess we're going to call it the Ferniscan Unification War. I'm okay with that. Helped Darkwood found the college, and he's just been here ever since. As far as anybody knows, Ninepath Prismari is the oldest remaining member of the college. I've got
Oldest
some
as in he is the longest tenure, or like actual age?
both.
Oh, that's true. I guess yeah.
He has apparently perfected immortality. Like, he's never going to naturally die. He's human, but he's never going to naturally die. And he says he does it just like through clean living, like exercise, meditate. Some other NPCs you might be interested in. For example, McDowell, your boss, her name is Elena the Coffee Mancer. She's the
Sweet.
proprietor of Fire Jolt Cafe. She's a mage emeritus. Mage emeritus, that's somebody who was once a professor. They had tenure, but they've retired, but they still have some connection with the college.
Mm-hmm.
So she was a professor at one point. She's also a graduate of Prismari. She specializes in fire magic. Your other deans...
Wait, sorry, Elena, what was her last name?
She didn't have a last name.
Okay.
The title she
I'm
gives herself
sorry.
is the Coffee Mancer.
That's what
Okay,
I
so
meant.
one more time, Elena.
Elena the Coffee Mancer.
Okay, 2.
That's your boss at your job. If you're interested.
And it's the
Okay.
Fire what Cafe?
Fire Jolt's Cafe.
Fire Jolt Cafe.
Thank you.
Across the way, there is the Bow's End Tavern. Bow's End Tavern is run by a man named Tulk the Bulk Tusktooth. He's a master brewer and purveyor of culinary experiments.
Is there a drinking age in
Nope.
Fernisco? Okay.
There is not.
Because I was going to play a very young, like 14-year-old, and
Now, the founding of Strixhaven, one of the founders, in fact, the founder of Silverquill, whose name is, I have it here somewhere, Rosanelda Silverquill. She was an Aethar of the Etherine Church. Remember, at the time, we're kind of like on the outs in some ways at the end of the war. And she was eventually ousted as a spy and a saboteur. Like, she was put in place by the church to try and undermine Strixhaven from the start. They ousted her, and then they never allowed another Aethar to hold office anywhere in the administrative structure of the school until very recently. Another Aethar named Rosby Mark came to study in Silverquill. He was originally met with chagrin and suspicion, but he's worked hard at the school for years, and he was recently appointed as Dean of Silverquill. So for the second time in history, Silverquill College has an Aethar as Dean. And
I get
some
his
people
name
are
again.
not happy about that.
what was his name again?
Rosby Mark.
Rosby. Okay, I think I got enough there.
The Dean of Quandrix is a man named Zexel Quandrix III, the grandfather of the founder of Quandrix College. He claims that his grandfather's brain is kept alive in a jar and is still essentially making all of the decisions overseeing the college. This claim has been impossible to verify. We definitely know he has a brain in a jar that is connected to stuff. And so Darkwood College does not have a sitting dean. Most students mistakenly believe the dean of Darkwood College is a man named Windspear, Jessen Windspear. He's actually the head of the school's disciplinary council. So probably you won't meet him at all because you're all going to follow all school rules the entire campaign.
Does he have a gun blade?
He does not. He's a lesser lord from Mendelin, which is that
Okay.
oceany, islandy region down in the south.
That's where Hugo's from.
Okay.
What is the name of the disciplinary guy again?
Jessen Windspear.
Yes, and-
These NPCs may or may not become important as the game goes on. Not really sure. In fact, I'm not even going to talk to you about the Dean of Witherbloom, because none of you guys have any association with Witherbloom. It's a weird swamp place. Nobody goes there.
Well, you might get
There's the
time out.
There's the you get sent to the detention bog.
There is the detention bog. I was under the
Yes.
impression that's just for Witherbloom students, though. And that
No,
you have...
I think it's for everybody.
Oh no, you don't want to
It's
go
a
to the
big bog.
I think it's for everybody.
It's a big bog.
Does anybody have questions as far as character creation? Need help with anything?
I'm picking spells.
And then we covered the rules for exams, leveling up, downtime actions, relationships. You don't have to remember anything I've said. We can go over all of that every time it comes up.
Oh, good. I'll just delete this document.
Yeah, just delete all of it. Just burn it down.
When I get
Control
language,
A, backspace. No.
when I get common or Veldikeen for my race, I should just or Elvish or Veldikeen for my race, I should just say one of those is a free language.
See, call it a
What's
free
common?
language, or you can call it Old Etherine.
Okay.
Which isn't really a spoken language, but there's a lot of old text.
What's the common language called?
Furniskin.
Furniskin. Okay, and I think I've got 4 languages on tap.
Okay.
2 for Ranger. No, I've got
Your
okay. Two
mentor,
for no, I've got 5. 1 for race, 2 for Ranger, 2 from background.
Your mentor is Alcihar Alizrak, right?
Yeah.
Because the nomadic
don't think you get
languages
along.
of Werowet would be
Mhm.
something that he would be knowledgeable of. Because he's from a desert house. And if you go far enough south, there's not really a border to Fernisco. There's just the amount of desert that Fernisco can control, and then beyond that are warlike nomadic tribes that fought against the country of Fernisco during the Unification War and were
Where's
pushed back.
speed on this character sheet? There it is. Is there a place for me to write down that I have a climb speed?
Is there? It's an excellent question. I don't think so, but you could just add a box, I guess.
Yeah, I'll just do something under move. How much do you hate if I mangle this thing a little bit?
Oh, I don't care. It's your character sheet. Mangle it as much as you want.
Cool.
I tried to make it look nice when I delivered it to you, but now that it's in your hands, whatever you got to do to it.
As long as when you return it, you get your deposit back.
Yeah. I try to edit your character sheets as little as possible. In fact, I don't think I touched anybody's character sheet the entire previous campaign. I think I just had them for reference, but I never actually had to change anything.
Raz, can you do identify in your spell list?
It can be.
Because I'm limited in my spells.
Yeah, I could just prepare it on a day that we need it.
Yeah.
So
Wait,
Sure.
what class is everyone playing? I kind of spaced out for that. I'm a ranger who's going to be a sorcerer later.
artificer.
Monk.
Fighter.
Creation board.
And artificers don't get ritual casting?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. I mean,
Oh, we just cast as a ritual.
Oh, I
Oh,
don't
you still have to
I
prepare it
still
though. You're not a
prepare it.
wizard. You
Yeah.
can't cast it out of your book. Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
What I'm saying is I don't have it currently prepared, but if we needed it for tomorrow, I could do it.
Yeah, it doesn't eat up one of your precious. You can only know 4 spells, period.
Well, I can only know
Slots.
3 currently because I'm level 1. Thanks, half casters.
But you're half caster plus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's int plus half your caster level rounded down, which is 0 currently.
It's not. Does it say minimum 1?
Well, I mean, my intelligence bonus gives me 3,
Oh.
so if I had like a 0, a 10 intelligence, I assume that it would be 0, which would round up to 1.
And then I need a free hand to cast a spell with a material with some modic component.
Yes.
Didn't have to worry about that last time.
Well,
Then unless you take War Mage.
that's an aspect of spellcasting that was true in this world at one point. Was because spells were associated with noble houses, and you
Yeah.
needed a noble house artifact to power your magic. That's no longer the case. That's another thing I just imposed to make your life more difficult in Ravenloft.
Now, where does it say what spell focus I use?
It's your tools. It's your toolkit.
I'm trying to find out where it says that. Like, I remember reading this, but...
It's in your artificer spell.
Oh, there it is.
casting.
Okay, tools
Yeah.
required. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I have a shield in one hand, I have to be holding, like, my toolkit? Or, like, a hammer from it or something like that in the other hand?
Yes.
What they do is they kind of abstract it in that you're digging into your toolkit and pulling out a device.
It gets way easier at level 2 because you can use any of your
Then I
infused
can
items.
pick any item.
Yeah, so you can infuse your shield with an armor bonus, and you can use your shield to throw fireballs or whatever.
Okay. So
Isn't
I
like
really
it's
only
It's
have to
just
worry about
level
this for
1 is the
one
only
level. That's
one
fine.
is the only time it's really bad for the artificer.
Yeah, like, I mean, I have a dagger, and I imagine I will never use it. I will probably just shocking grasp everything.
That's why all of Alex's spells came out of his gun.
Yeah. I mean,
And that's why all of Jeannie's spells came out of her gun.
Genevieve's eventually going to basically have, like, Samus Aran armor. And, like, I don't know if she's going to have an arm cannon yet, but she's going to have functionally, like, that sort of
Well,
random
when
bullshit.
you hit level 3, they say you can use your like Battlesmith has so each of the artificer things has a thing that's they say they can use instead of their toolkit. For Battlesmith, it's an infused item. For Cannoneer, it's their arcane firearm. For you, it's your armor.
Yeah,
But
I
you
mean,
can,
this
like-
is problem for future me.
Yeah.
Or no problem for future me, I should say. Right now, it's a problem.
Alchemists.
It
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't-
matter.
I don't see any equipment for Get, but we're still working on equipment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm going through.
Okay.
I think I'm done.
I mean, I've got it all written down. I just have to transfer it to the sheet. I have to go through all the race background stuff first.
Excellent.
Hybrid, I think that's done.
Let's look at Genevieve here. So you're not selecting your languages. You're leaving the languages open for now, and you're gonna.
I'm gonna just leave them as
Yes.
empty slots.
Okay.
Because I'm not super familiar with like I got Ferniskin. There's like an old Etherine.
Old
And, like-
Etherine would be like it associated with the church.
I feel like that's appropriate, but when it comes up, I'll assign it.
It would be the
Like, I feel
equivalent
like
of like mass being given in Latin. I think in Ravenloft they all used it to like talk in front of NPCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody took message as their free cantrip.
I took it as a artificer cantrip.
I don't even remember what I took.
I may pick it up when I get my spell casting.
I have mending message, shocking grasp.
Okay, let's take a look at Leopold here. The stoner monk, if this image is anything to go by.
That's Ark from Final Fantasy
I know who
III.
it is. All that artwork is they look so bored. It's
He's
like,
got the yellow eyes.
I'm bored to be a monk. And you're also keeping your languages free for now?
Yeah, it was either that or
Have the extra languages. I just have Ferniskin.
I'm gonna
Realize-
you know what? I'm gonna one of them to be like from the area I'm in since I'm from the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
I figure if we're gonna go for everyone in the swamp is just slightly like a little bit of a lizard. I imagine like they all just speak like Creole French or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Creole for Niskin.
I don't see any equipment. I don't see your
I'm a monk.
character profile.
Oh, actually.
Oh yeah, I haven't. I don't have any. I've got a short sword. That's it.
All right.
Right, but you have like an
Life.
ideal flaw bond too.
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet.
McDowell looks,
still-
looks like you're done. You're on the
Yeah,
ball, my friend.
I feel like I'm not, but I feel like I'm done.
That's what happens when you roll up a fighter. You're like, wait a minute, I'm done.
There it is. Okay.
Oh, I get a second cantrip.
I have a question.
Question.
No, I
rolling-
still need to.
I'm rolling randomly to determine where I'm from on the map, and I generated Lostaria.
Lostaria.
Isn't that like no?
No, it's part of the Republic. It's a
Oh, okay.
it's a cold and mountainous region. Uh, Culturally, it's Ferniskin. Geographically, there's I can't remember the name, but there's a neighboring kingdom farther to the north than that. That's kind of like Skyrim, and Losteria
Oh,
as a
okay.
province is kind
Then
of
that's
in
fine.
between the two. Losteria has Griffin Riders as part of the history books, which is pretty cool.
Oh, someone in our house was married off to one of them, or engaged off to one of them, and then we fucked off.
Yeah.
Is there a regional language?
Let me look up the name of the language of the kingdom beyond, because I think that would be more.
Yeah, I will take that because
Yeah,
I
I will
rolled
look that up
randomly where
right
she is.
now.
She should have that language, I think.
What is the area there? Is this area over here Gosalthan, where that swamp is? Is that? I think that's what that says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Near Nereid. Yeah.
So I'm gonna call this language Gosalthan.
Gazalthan Creole.
Is Gosalthan's just swamp talk?
Sure.
Let's tidy up here so I can see the map.
Okay, bear with me a second here, because I'm going to give you a little more background information.
Okay.
Oh boy, we get more dank lore.
More dank lore.
The
Gosalthan
dankest
swamp
of lore.
speech. Bet you there are like actual. Since I've made this canon, there are probably actual freaking lizard men in that swamp.
I'm going to put the name of the language of that northern province in the chat.
Okay.
It's Gizdaic. So Gizdaia is the name of the country that's beyond Losteria to the north. Losteria is the mountainous province in between the two, but Losteria has strong cultural connections historically. And Gizdaia is a Ferniskin ally. In fact, in the design doc I originally wrote, when this was all going to be a Suikoden game, you went there and recruited a guy named Big Damn John.
Oh, is that like Big Tom?
I've been looking for a place to use Big Damn John in D&D, and it's just never come up.
Well,
Maybe it will now. I don't know.
McDole, as the fighter, it is your responsibility to have the crowbar, shovel, pickaxe, and hammer this time.
Eh.
You got to be the workhorse.
Eh.
All right.
A
Who
dagger
wants
is not
who wants to
forceful,
learn
maybe.
some religious history?
Always.
Totally.
The cornerstone of the Etherine Church is a sequence of events called Sunderings. At some point in far, far, far antiquity, God came to the world. Aer came to the world. He built this big crystal tower, and he sat in this crystal tower to think about how like the world could be better or whatever. And civilization kind of spurred up around him. And for a long time, like high priests ruled from this crystal tower, etc. In fact, there was a dungeon reminiscent of that crystal tower in Ravenloft. You guys went through. The cult leader was trying to do the same kind of thing in Darkon, a twisted version of it. The evil, like Dark Lord character in this religion is named Celios. Celios bribed, lied his way into this high priest position, and when he left the crystal tower, it came crashing down behind him. And he called this the first sundering. And the second sundering came many years later, because the world had been completely explored. The world was very small in those days. It was completely explored. Humans had conquered all of it. It was all civilized. It was all being exploited for the common good. And Celios accomplished the second sundering, which caused the orb of the world to expand, to be more like Earth-sized. When that happened, huge spaces opened up between all civilizations. Nations lost contact with one another. It became impossible to travel. There became impenetrable wilderness and ocean between everybody. It's only been in more modern history, the past 100 years or so, where these connections are back in play now. That was the second sundering, making the world so much larger and destroying civilization as they knew it. The third sundering came around the time the founding of the Republic of Fernisco, thereabouts, where once again the church had become corrupted, and they called forth this summit of high priests from all over Fernisco and all over the world, met in a remote mountainous cathedral that was only reachable by magic portal. In those days, all humans could use magic. Magic was as common to humanity as breathing. And while they were there, they were kind of tricked, gaslit, manipulated into making a deal with Celios to separate use of magic from humanity. This was the third sundering. And it's why now humans can't use magic anymore without their noble lineages or their spellcasting classes or whatever. When that happened, all the high priests that were there were trapped there. They could no longer open the portals to get out. There was one of the priests, her name was Jola, and she eventually went on this vast adventure to the south where she had to tame griffins and pioneer the usage of wood steel, which I think House Veritas does now. And she eventually rode her people out of Losteria on Griffinback. No one knows what or when the fourth sundering will be. The third sundering was about 2,000 years ago. So the fourth sundering is kind of like any day now, ? And nobody knows what form it will take. But it is known that it will be the last act of Celios on the world. Some claimed that when Darkwood split the world open to create Strixhaven, that was the fourth sundering, and elements in the church declared Darkwood as the modern coming of Celios and declared him as a heretic. Because remember, Darkwood himself is a priest of Heimdall, so he doesn't worship the right god. The church was not a fan of Darkwood and his activities.
That was probably very sensible of them, to be honest.
What's the known history known by the players of Darkwood? I want to say that he was from Greyhawk or something. I don't know.
The known history would be nobody knows where he came from. Nobody knows where he went back to. He showed up.
But this came up in Flumph 5, right? He's a recurring character or something.
Darkwood originally, he's a character. He's a published character from Planescape. He's the Factal of the Fated.
Okay.
At the end of Flumph 2, I ran an adventure called Faction War, and in that campaign, Darkwood gets trapped in a gem and lost to time.
And then he showed up in Flumph 5.
That gem turned up in Flumph 5 when Strahd von Zarovich gave them this gem with this warlock inside of it and said, "Here, use this to fight Azalin."
Okay.
And then they let Darkwood out of the gem.
I was trying to connect the dots on where Heimdall came in.
Heimdall is his deity. I don't know. So he was a priest on he was on Greyhawk. He made a deal with the devil. His backstory is his kids were playing cards with a deck of many things and accidentally summoned a devil. And instead of imprisoning the kids, Darkwood took their place. So he was whipped to death in hell for years. But he survived, and over the course of that, he couldn't return to Greyhawk because all his kids had grown up and married off. He decided to fuck off to Sigil, and when he did that, that's when he found Heimdall. So that's how a Greyhawk priest has a Greek or Norse, I don't know, deity.
Yeah.
So he was a ranger, and then he started taking levels in cleric. At the end of Faction War, he loses levels in cleric because his alignment changes. And then he gains 20 levels in wizard, and then the Lady of Pain traps him in a gem. So when I brought him back to Ravenloft, he was a high-level ranger wizard. He made his peace with Heimdall, so now he's like a ranger, wizard, cleric.
I mean, at that point, you can have as many levels as you want.
Yeah, he's like a level 60 character.
Yeah.
It's really
man,
stupid.
how many XP does that require?
I don't think you'll beat him, so it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
It's
Dude,
really stupid.
this
Victor
guy has
stabbed
so
him in
many
the
hit
face, didn't he?
points.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in a
Victor-
duel.
He did.
Sure, he appreciated that. So yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't
historically,
type any of that. I was just
what you would know about Darkwood is he showed up, he helped to win the war, he's a war hero, but there are elements in the church that wanted him declared as a heretic, but that never stuck. So he's remembered as a war hero, and someday he's probably going to come back to claim his chair at Dean of Strixhaven.
So, by the rules, normally I need 13 charisma to be multi-class into sorcerer. I'm assuming that becomes 13 constitution as a blood mage.
Yeah, that's fine. That sounds reasonable to me. Because you wouldn't be using your charisma as a...
Yeah.
There's too many charisma casters in the game, I've decided.
I kind of think so too.
I've
I
decided.
think there should be one
There-
more int
there
caster
aren't-
and one
there aren't
fewer
that many
charisma
ints.
caster.
Yeah.
But hey, we don't need the artificer.
I think-
I kind of like the idea of a sorcerer as a constitution caster anyway. I think that
Yeah,
makes
I do too.
sense because like your magic is drawn from your body, right?
I think that there should be more rules for either or. Does that make sense? Like,
mean-
I think Warlock should have the choice of int or charisma.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Because either you are because they in a lot of the subclasses they slanted as you have researched eldritch lore to
I think warlock could be any of the three, honestly. And if you did that and put the artificer in, things would actually work out pretty well.
yeah and
All right. Does everybody pick their spells and stuff? That's all ready to go?
I picked my spells. I have to transcribe them.
Excellent.
so yeah I have picked my spells.
I listed
All-
my spells. Hopefully
all
they'll
of
be
them.
decent.
I've listed all of my spells.
All right, then I will get
So
to
just
work.
I've listed all of my spells.
All prestidigitation.
I have to make my cheat sheet that has all your alignment and blip stuff in it. I have to make I spelled class schedules with 3 S's.
How dare you?
They were your class schedules.
Sarah
Oh,
wrote
so
that.
Sarah's teaching something?
Oh no.
Oh god, I don't know what type of class she would teach.
Sacrifice 101.
Lesson 1: look to your right, beat the shit out of that person. The loser gets sacrificed to eldritch beings for power.
No, she's gonna spend 30 sessions on teaching you how to make a wish, and then in the end, it doesn't matter.
I think that was the best outcome for that wish.
All right.
No, but I literally didn't matter because you wished for eternal life, and then you ascended. Like,
Keep it demigod.
Well, the wish came true.
but not for you. Didn't even need the wish. That guy died for nothing.
And if you guys
Remember,
go adventuring off campus, then Gepa and Leopold, you are decidedly not human.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Gepa and Leopold are our woobies, I see.
Well, yeah, I guess.
I figured that's how it would go. I figured I had my money on 2 of you picking like animal races.
It was either shifter or I was just going to be a little Tabashi.
I did.
just a
I was expecting at least one Loxodon. Not gonna lie.
Like I almost because they when you roll up Tabashi, they're like your size is medium or small, and I was like, oh, the temptation to just be a tiny little cat.
Can I sell my longbow and arrows that I plan to never use and buy some basic player's handbook equipment for half the value of them?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Right, I have my gold listed.
Oh, you have cure wounds, Cyrus. I probably don't need to plot
Yeah.
that then.
Okay. So
I'm gonna have to
exams,
pick up some
downtime,
extra
and
daggers or
relationship
something.
rules. Don't worry about committing those to memory. Those can come into play as we reach them. I'm going to try to keep those rules consistent. Some of those are rules out of Strixhaven, and some of them I've had to improvise. I will have to design exams for these various classes, which I'm happy to do. And I have to make some little table graphics, which I'm happy to do.
I'm wondering if we're gonna need I'm gonna move this context table to the side. I don't think we're gonna use that.
Do you guys have a party sheet?
Not yet.
Okay.
I have one that I made
The one that Trouble put together is pretty good, I think.
I made a template the last time we did this. So
Make a copy of the template and keep going.
Excellent.
yep,
Question
I
is, are the rabbits still a problem in South Warren?
Always.
They're all
Never not. Never
I feel like
not
the
a
rabbits
problem.
have spread beyond South Warren at this point.
They've taken over half of Gran Francisco.
Can I just sell my equipment at half the cost?
Yes.
Longbow?
Yeah, you can
Cool.
purchase something else if you need to. Have any other questions about anything that needs to go into this character creation here? Or any of the other rules that we've discussed?
I assume we don't have to fill out anything in context?
Fill out anything in what?
Context?
You can if you want. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Let me see.
I'll add to it as
the spot basically to keep notes, essentially.
It's like a note sheet. There's also a companion sheet here. When you actually take somebody on an adventure, I'll just give you a stat block that I whip up in Homebrewery, just like I did for Pirates.
I'm gonna delete the companions. Of course, if you're bringing it, that companions thing is for companions and pets. So if
if you find familiar or something like that.
I'm gonna just move it to the side in case there's a dependency that I break.
Move it out of the way. It's
Yeah.
It's always easier
can't
for me to
imagine there would be
manage
the-
NPCs as like a home brewery because then it saves it in a format that I can edit super quick, and then I can just screenshot it in 2 seconds and share it with you guys when I need to. Like all those times I forgot to level Orson up, it only took 10 seconds to do it. So, all right.
Listen, Orson tried his best.
Orson was the MVP. What are you talking about?
all those times you forgot to level Orson up, and then at the end of the game, you're like, yeah, I'm just not going to do it anymore.
I did stop doing it eventually, and it didn't matter. He still carried that party. All right, I've got counselors to worry about. I've got mentors already done. I've got some other NPCs I need to make for instructors and stuff. And so the first session, when we come back next week, you're going to arrive at school. You're going to meet each other. You're going to do your orientation stuff. And it should be good times.
I have no doubt it won't be.
Congratulations. Everybody got their character done in the allotted time.
Putting weights on my equipment, but yeah, it's just basic stuff.
That's it. You're all dismissed.
No.
No. See you next week.
You can't make me leave.
Later.
See you after
I'm
class.
just gonna sit here this whole
Bye.
time.